I love the Muppet dancing.
Yeah, dude.
He dances like a Muppet. It's
so hyped,
very
your arms
loud.
go
We can
floppy.
start fading it down, I think.
No, it's great. Keep it up there.
This one might need a manual fade. I thought we had a better. Oh, I hear myself suddenly. Oh, that
Restart.
was my fault. Okay,
Bad start.
That's
Do it
why
again.
It sounded so worse. So much worse. I hope that wasn't pumping back in. I don't think it was. I think only my mic is pumping in. Hey, everybody, welcome to a very special episode of. This would be Cus I Wanna, I suppose. I am Jimmy Snow, and I am here today with one of, if not the best, but certainly one of the best science communicators I've ever known, Forrest Valkai. One of the best, if not best. One of the best, if not the best, skepticism communicators I've ever known, Matt Dillahunty, and I'm just a humble Jimmy Snow, so humble that I'll merely claim the title of, I mean, I'm obviously the funniest. Anyway, but communicator is dog shit. Welcome, everyone. We are here raising money for recovering from religion. And by the way, we haven't even started the official fundraiser. The big fundraiser, that's tomorrow. But today we're doing a little pre-show fun get-together thing.
Before the shoes.
And your boys got gimmicks. You might notice these golden microphones here. They are indicating who is allowed to speak at any given time. And the gimmick of this show might just be, can we make Matt mad at us? That being Forrest and I, as opposed to like a shitty caller or something. We'll see what happens here. Here's how the gimmick is going to work. Right now, we are at $7,903. Once that breaks $8,000, we are going to go down to a single microphone. It will be just down to starting with Forrest. This will go left to right. Let's have a look at what that would look like. Lovely producer lady, if you wouldn't mind, show us how. Well, that's not Forrest. But
wrong
okay,
side.
I get
My
it.
bad.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's hilarious because right before this, she was talking about every time she adjusts something on the x-axis, she moves in the wrong direction first. It's all coming full circle.
It's inverted. All right, let's go back to the three mics for the moment. Then every time we pass $250, and Arden will be keeping track of where we are at. So right now we're at $7,903. Every time we pass another $250, control of the mic will shift. Essentially, it'll start with Forrest, and then $250 will pass. Then the mic could get moved to Matt. $250 move to me. $250 move back to Forrest. Every time we hit a new $1,000 mark, which means it will offset differently each time. But every time we hit a new $1,000 mark, we'll go back to the three of us. Shit. Well, you did it too fast. I'm not done explaining. All right. Make me the first person then. Go ahead and give me the solo mic and I'll finish explaining because I don't have a better...
Give it to me. No, give it to me instead.
Forrest is like, Forrest, you don't have the mic. This is the talking mic. How dare you? That
I thought we were going to
now.
actually be muted and not just have to exercise, self-control. All right, I'm muted.
Do I look like a person with self-control? I was going to say,
if self-control cannot be exercised, I would have Arden do that, but Arden probably doesn't want the extra work if we can just do it for her. Anyway, here's how it's going to work. Every $250, the microphone moves to left to right. Then whoever is currently talking when it moves, they have to shut up and the new mic person takes over. Then when $1,000 is passed, back to all three. This is how it's going to work. We're going to do Q&A stuff. We're going to open up phone lines and we're going to reference the Q&A in the live chat. So when you Clever Me Too donates $100, you might get a shout out. We'll see who's in there. In fact, all of us should go ahead and say something in the, and I know that Forrest is now going to write the word something in the live chat. You're predictable. You become predictable. That way people can easily tag us. But you also have, as a host, the option to take a call. But beware, if you are in the middle of a call, even a combative theist call, the mic might get moved and you might be midpoint about solipsism. And then it comes to me and I go on one of my famous sandwich metaphor tangents. It might be extremely frustrating. So these are your choices. When you have the mic, you can be hitting the live chat. You can be taking calls. You can choose what you want to do there. But when you don't have the mic, you have to simply sit in silence. So I want to remind everybody right now, we've just hit $8,000. I have the golden mic. Until we hit $8,250, I will continue to have the golden mic and be the sole focus and sole speaker. Now, I know that nobody wants that. So this is your opportunity to go ahead and send in some donations, hitting that donate button. By the way, something that a lot of people don't know, that donation has the option to be anonymous or not. So if you want the shout out, you want to raise your chances that we're going to give you the Q&A solo focus, go ahead and make it not anonymous. But I did want to put this up there because I know it had come up in some questions. If you're worried that somebody might be watching and see that you donated again, the donation thing is going to be completely anonymous. Here we are, ready to take your questions, take your calls. By the way, let me just say to the mods, as far as people saying something like, what drugs was Jimmy on when he came up with these convoluted rules? You don't need to, I know usually we would not let a question like that through. Let's go ahead and let questions like that through. And I would even say, I'm fine with any questions that are somewhat mean toward me even. Not anything about, too invasive of personal life or too horny. We'll keep those rules on the table, but we can stretch the acceptability of questions today. By the way, I want to say thank you to Gail Jordan, who donated $20. Gail Jordan is actually the executive director of Recovering from Religion and just also an awesome person. Love her family, love her activism, love talking to her, love hanging out with her. Forrest, have you figured out yet what you're going to draw signs on to try and get people to pay so that they will unlock your microphone again? I assumed that was going to come at some point. Anyway, lots of gesturing. Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, I have my iPad ready. I also had to write down the rules beforehand. Thank you to Don C. Yep, Matt's got the notebook. Don C, $100. Thank you very, very much. Let's see if Don C is in the chat and has asked a question. Let's see what questions we do have. Okay, so what drugs was I on when coming up with these convoluted rules? I'm on blood pressure medication. I'm also on a proton pump medication. I don't think I've taken any propranolol today, though that would have been a solid move. There's several other medications that I'm just going to sort of keep to myself, more related to other things. I do take a daily Zyrtec, but I think what you mean is what sort of hard drugs what sort of hard drugs am I on? And the answer to that is none. Okay, again, a reminder. I wonder if we should make a little text banner for the bottom. In fact, that might be something, Arden, it might be worth putting a little banner along the bottom that just says, donate money to pass the mic every $250. Maybe ask ChatGPT how to phrase it the best, because I'm not coming up with the best phrasing. To pass the mic, donate. Combined donations, $250, something along those lines. Thank you to Grinkle Chubbs, $20, and Squid Super Hunk for another $20. But we still need another $107 for the microphone to get passed to Forrest. I will tell you, you're going to hear from all of us tomorrow. There's a video thing that's going to start at noon, and then the live show will follow. Recovering from Religion is probably in my top 5 most important charities that exist, because I am a person who went through deconstruction and I just basically got absolutely fucked by it, by deconstructing, and didn't have an idea of pathway, new community, resources, where to even begin on trying to explore being more skeptical, being more scientific, what sorts of things, stories of people who had left my religion. And all of that stuff is available, but especially exciting, and what I love about the Recovering from Religion website is there is a live chat and a call-in connection. Arden, if you'll also shrink that just a little bit. I wrote, I like it, wrote, is this good enough? That if we'll just shrink it down to maybe like 60%, 70%, and then recenter it down at the bottom. That way the golden mic's presence is just fine. I will tell you all that something has happened here that I wasn't expecting. I had said before we went live to Matt, y'all will probably hate this, but I'll love it, because what I was expecting was a very quick flood of dollars every time I was talking to get me to stop. I thought I would rarely have the golden microphone. And yet here we are. And okay, thank goodness the microphone passes now to Forrest.
There it is. You're stuck with me now, y'all. So as Jimmy was saying, the rules are completely different than what Jimmy was saying. What's actually going to happen is that I'm going to now explain some really cool stuff about science and about evolution and about shit that I'm working on. And Jimmy Snow can't interrupt me at all. He can't play me out with crickets or anything like that. He can't do it. It's just going to be me talking to you about life and the universe and just all sorts of cool stuff. I just put out a video about how arms are just stupid legs. How legs are stupid arms. Pardon me. We've already got some great calls lining up, but I don't actually know when I'm supposed to start taking them because he didn't do it. He didn't tell me what my actual role is besides just doing things. But I do want to thank Sean Isherwood and the anonymous person who just donated as well for sending in some money. I really do appreciate it. And I believe Giant Reaver, although I'm not going to pronounce that. I'm not going to pronounce that properly. And I'm not going to read what Jimmy wrote on his clipboard there because it's not his turn to speak. It is mine. And so that says some scribbles. It says some scribbles. William Mates, Mateus sent in $7. Jake, insert clever dapper inside joke here. Nelson donated $20. My glob. People will be sending in $100 from an anonymous person. Man, I love that. That's so kind of you to send in things and to not know not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, as the Bible says. For real though, thank you so much for supporting Recovering from Religion. It's an amazing cause. I've got like zero strategy and zero plan here, but I tell you what I am thinking about is that video that just came out a little bit ago with Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan talking. Tucker Carlson on the Joe Rogan podcast, the meeting of the minds there. And Tucker Carlson's talking about how there's...
We hit it. Did we not hit it?
Son of a bitch. I was going to talk about...
Bye, Forrest.
Welcome to the motherfucking Matt Show. Thank you kindly for donating the appropriate amount of dollars. And what I can tell you is that I'm waiting on an answer from Jimmy, because I think if you donate just when you get to the next 250, it'll go to Jimmy, and the next 250, it'll go to Forrest. So if you just give $750 right now, the microphone should skip past them and come back to me directly. Yeah, it's got to be. I asked the question in VMix and you never answered it, so you can sit there and sign all you want. I'm not even looking at VMix chat now. I'm actually going to take a call. I'm going to take a call because this is a biology question about chromosomes. There you go. Hey, William, you are live on our fundraiser. I'm here as an expert in chromosomes and biology, ready to take your question. And if you want the right answer, somebody's going to have to maybe donate $500 to get you all the way back around to Forrest. But we'll see how that goes.
Oh no! Hi Matt. Hi Forrest. Hi Jimmy. This is wonderful. I love this. All right. So honest question, and I thought about this. All right. So essentially, the sex of a child is determined by the father, or the father, male, the person with the next Y chromosome, essentially, right? And all people are capable of, essentially, before certain hormones kick in, are capable of producing eggs or sperm, because that's what happens with the gamete. Could sperm be turned into an egg, and then, therefore, could you have two guys potentially have a child that's biologically related to both of them? And would it be possible for that child to have a double Y chromosome set? And what would that look like?
Okay, you can't turn sperm into an egg. That's not the fact that the fact that everybody can potentially begins with the potential to produce either gamete doesn't mean that a sperm can become an egg. But that's probably a phrasing thing. At the end of the day, though, if you were to actually find a way to genetically manipulate 2 Y chromosomes from 2 individual XY individuals. So just take the 2 Y chromosomes there and fuse them together. What you get is a Neanderthal. I'm pretty confident that's what Forrest explained to me, was that it's going to be a Neanderthal, and that's how we revive the Neanderthals. That's not how we revive the. See, there's a real problem here. I tell you what, William, it's a good enough question that I've taken my shot at it, and it doesn't seem to be helping. I think the answer is just no, that can't happen. Because of
I figured not like in any real sense right now at all, but
so somebody
kind of a thing.
somebody who thinks they know stuff wrote things on a whiteboard that just said a double Y isn't viable without an X as well. So you'd have to have XYY, and we already know that those particular chromosome combinations exist.
Okay.
But I think that he's actually wrong, because I don't know that he's ever actually done the testing himself with 2 Y chromosomes. And until you've done that, yeah, look at that. That's XXY, XO. We're not playing tic-tac-toe, Forrest. I'm trying to answer this person's question about chromosomes. I think until we actually try, like, we'd have to like manually splice Y chromosomes together. Superman syndrome is XXY, according to Jimmy. So, I mean, well, William, I hope that answers your question, because I'm just right.
Fair enough. I can accept that.
Tell you what
have
I
the
will
beard
do.
for it.
Yeah, I mean, with a beard like this, you just can't be wrong. So
Exactly.
Yeah. See, Jimmy's trying to do this Superman syndrome thing. These guys are both. You know what I realized? I brought my little pad in, but I don't have a pen or anything in here at all. It's called Kleinfelder syndrome. You sick fuck. There we go. Oh, not sick fuck, just you fuck.
Yeah.
So, I think what problem here is that Forrest is dyslexic, and he wrote "you fuck" when he's supposed to write "fuck you." But what else are you supposed to do? It's funny watching them dance. And by the way, we are only like $75 or so from me being forced to pass this.
Oh, I kind of want to hear Jimmy. Come on, guys, give $75.
$66, and Jimmy gets to try to explain chromosomes to you. Let me tell you this, William. Why the fuck are you so concerned about chromosomes? You don't get to know what anybody's chromosomes are, and what their chromosomes are don't matter to you or anybody else. That's just not even fair.
No, but I got bored. I saw a thing on Facebook, like a meme, and it was like, it made me think. It was about like 2 women producing a child, a viable child, possibly. And I was like,
oh, that can definitely happen. That can definitely happen.
Men do that, and then
they don't even have to do anything. They can just live in they just share a house until their cycles sync, which we all know is absolutely 100% true and happens all the time.
Oh,
and
other
then once
question.
their cycles,
Other question.
Oh, sure, you can skip my answer.
Question. Sorry.
No. This is
Mike
entirely
is
your guys' show. You get to do whatever you want.
Bye, Matt.
Do trans women often have periods? Like, is that actually a thing? 'Cause I've been told it's not. I've experienced periods like symptoms.
You got Jimmy now.
As someone with higher estrogen and who is non-binary.
Oh, wait.
Can you hear me though?
William, can you
and
hear
it does
Jimmy?
actually sync up with my roommates, essentially.
William, do you hear me?
I have mine about a week before hers, and
I don't know
how to stop bloating, cramping, everything.
So do you have the correct bus assigned?
Is that a thing?
On the call? Is the bus assigned for me and for?
Now try.
Can you hear me now, William?
Yes.
William, can you hear me now? Okay, good. Sorry, we were having a sound issue where you couldn't hear me, so that just wasted so much of the time. Now, here's the fun thing. One of the rules that Matt and I don't know if Forrest knows. Once we hit 1,000, the next goal is breaking another 1,000, which that will mean all 3 mics open again. So it won't be Forrest alone, and then the next 250 it will start over again with whoever is left off. So in this case, it would be Forrest. Now listen. Mm-hmm. Maybe that is going to work out every time because there's 4. Yeah, that I wanted it to offset, but whatever, it doesn't matter. I did write it down wrong, and I think that might have been what Forrest was correcting me. There is a syndrome called Superman syndrome, and that is when you have one X and two Y chromosomes. However, as I think Forrest is really, really trying to get through and express, I don't think there's a single organism across the entire world that has two Y chromosomes, because a Y chromosome is non-viable without an X chromosome, at least one. So even the XYYs have an X chromosome. You can't do it without. And there's no asexual male reproduction, for example. That would be impossible. Anyway, it turns out I sometimes know a thing or two, and I was excited when this one came up because Superman syndrome is kind of wild. It's in you have 47 chromosomes when you have Superman syndrome. What was your other question?
Do trans women often get periods? Is that like a common thing, or is it like?
Oh, dude, call the Transatlantic Call-In Show. Call the Transatlantic Call-In Show with that. All right, we broke 1,000.
Actually,
I will.
Thanks, William. See you later.
We're back.
Oh wait,
See,
no.
I asked these questions. I asked them in vMix, and then I went over to Discord, which I freaking hate, and typed in to Jimmy, I asked questions in vMix, and then there were no answers. So.
Well, you told me you weren't going to do the chat now, and I was like, well, then okay, but I do have Discord up now. The mistake has been corrected. Forrest, was there something you wanted to bow you wanted to put on that?
It didn't matter.
It's nothing important, I guess. You have to have at least one X, but you can have multiple X's, you can have multiple Y's, but you have to have at least one X. And also, don't let Superman syndrome it's kind of just like a extra male thing. It's not like actually like you're beefy. It's just more of the typically male genes. Although again, can't stress this enough. Sex chromosomes by themselves are neither necessary nor sufficient for male or female development. That's just like the standard pathway. It's not the only pathway. There's a lot there.
While we have three of us on, should we try? I think it's so funny when theists. All right, I hope the theists understand that the way this works. Shall we try a theist one that will inevitably get passed between us? Yeah,
I am ready.
Sure. Yeah.
Stephen in Nebraska. Now, I want to make sure before we get started that you understand you're on a charity stream. We will answer your question and engage with you, but every time we pass a new $250 mic, the golden microphone of who can speak gets moved around. So you may get interrupted mid-responses for somebody else to take over. You catch me?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, of course.
Cool. What's your, can we take your phone outside of the rainstorm?
Oh, do I have really bad background noise?
Yeah. You got some heavy white noise around the time where you speak, where the compressor seems to take a good time to fall off.
Oh yeah, I'm not really sure I could fix that. I mean, I can just sort of I can press the mute button, I guess, while I'm sort of
That'd be
talking,
great.
if that's fine.
That'd be great. All right, what's your objection or your assertion? What are you here to tell us?
Yeah, I mean, so generally speaking, I like to have conversations about these issues. I like to talk about a plethora of different arguments. And the argument that convinced me of theism in particular is an argument that is called the Lord of Non-Contradiction. And I can sort of lay out the argument in a clear and succinct manner if you'd like me to, such that we can traverse a variety of propositions contained in the Rolodex.
Go ahead.
What? That was a lot. Just, we're down to talk. Let's try it.
Yeah, go ahead and lay out your version of the law of non-contradiction, or the God of non-contradiction.
The Lord of Non-Contradiction, yeah. So premise one of the argument is that if something is a law of logic, then it is necessarily true. Do we agree with P1?
Is that true? If it's aren't there like logical things you can say that are logical that are not true? Like, is a demonstration of that? I think Matt, you've talked about those, haven't you?
The difference between validity and soundness. Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
I already reject premise one because I'm not convinced that it's necessarily true, even though we presume that it is.
Yeah. So just to be clear, my claim. Oh, sorry.
And it's not clear what you're saying is or isn't a law of logic.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the laws that I'm saying are laws of logic are the classical laws of logic, specifically the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle. And just to be clear, I didn't say that any logical statement is going to be necessarily true, because you can have contingently true statements that comport with the laws of logic. What I'm saying is something more particular. I'm saying that laws of logic are necessarily true, and that's just
Yes,
analytics.
I understand what I understand. I got the premise word for word. I would need a clarification of what laws of logic are. You already did that. Identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle. So you're saying your premise one is if something is a law of logic, being non-contradiction, identity, and excluded middle, it is necessarily true. And my reply is no, it's not. How do you demonstrate that?
Yeah, I mean, I already said this. I mean, I don't know if you're not paying attention right now, but you can actually use a truth table to demonstrate that.
You don't know if he's not paying attention right now. Oh, Steven,
How dare he ask
are we
questions?
paying enough attention for you? Are we paying adequate attention? Oh,
He's still going. He's still going.
The argument. Hey, Steve, I muted you because I'm not impressed by your presuppositionalist script and the fact that when somebody challenges it and you don't know how to challenge it or how to accept the challenge, that you accuse them of not paying attention isn't cute. But I'll unmute and see if you want to actually have a conversation like a couple of fucking humans.
Plus the fact that you're just sitting there kind of laughing. I'm trying to take this seriously. If you're not serious, then you can piss off. But if you are serious, I reject your first premise because the laws of logic are axioms. They are presuppositions. We presuppose that they are true, but that does not mean that they are in fact necessarily true. I'm fine with presupposing them as I have been for my entire life. Now, if that's not good enough, then we don't need to go to premise 2. But if you're okay with that, then we can go to premise 2.
I'll bet $1,000 that this dude's about to come back and be like, oh no, that means that you're saying that logic isn't real because you said you don't necessarily believe the things and just completely derail into freaking atheists don't believe in logic or some dumb shit.
Yeah, I'm very glad we got 3 separate rambles there. So just to be clear, right, the premise is saying if something is a law of logic, then
guess how many rambles you're going to get if you try to be cute one more fucking time. Are you and I going to actually seriously address your argument, or am I going to drop you like a hot fucking whiny little bitch ass rock?
Sorry, I already dropped him while he was complaining about it. I was
like a hot whiny bitch ass rocket season.
Also, hey people, do donate.
God, I wanted to know the fucking argument. I'm sitting here literally taking notes to try to do this.
He doesn't have one.
Here's my whole argument. All right, I have a question about that. You fucking not paying attention, you bitch. It's like, I can't handle it, dude.
He has his precept script. He learned to. He must have gone to Destiny school for how to speak too fast. And some other fucker's school for how to Ben Shapiro's how to condescend to a person's intelligence instead of actually keep the conversation going. I'm gonna have a little bit of fun with it. People, do donate. Remember that this is for recovering from religion, and while we are playing this game and it is fun, the main game we're trying to play is give them a shit ton of money, because this is the type of organization that frankly should be getting millions of dollars. We're going to try to do our little part in between tonight and into tomorrow, hopefully raise them $35,000, which I know they will stretch every dollar as far as can be stretched. These people know how to stretch. Right now, the 3 of us all have open mics. Once this breaks $9,250, which is another $106 from now, it will go to just Forrest, then another $250 just to Matt, and another $250 just to me. And then as we break another 1,000, the 3 of us come back. That's how we do it. Definitely flood these donations. And remember that the first goal, while this is fun and funny, is raising money for RFR because they deserve it. Before my mic is muted, I just want to do this. I want to bring Roberto on. I want to mute Roberto and say, nice try, fuckface. We know that 1, you're not Cuban. 2, you don't actually speak Spanish. You just put the shit into Google Translate. And 3, the insults that you do, like trying to call co-host prostitutes, they're not cute or fun. And your voice will never utter an actual word on tonight's show. Well done, Roberto. You can eat my ass. It's ass flavored. What a fucking douche.
Hey,
I'm guessing there's some history there, it seems.
Oh,
Flip. It was sent to me. Yeah, I didn't actually know what was going on with Roberto. I've never seen Roberto before. I've never heard Roberto before. I was very excited to talk to Roberto, but of course, Jimmy Snow as the overlord of this show, just decides who can and can't talk because he thinks he's God. That's what it really is. That's the problem with these atheists, is that they don't believe, they know there's a God, they want to be better than him. Atheism is really a very selfish religion is what it is, and that's what we see with Jimmy Snow. I'm just trying my best to sound like fucking Ray Comfort over here. We've got lines open, especially for theists. If you want to see us try desperately to handle one call while all of us are trying to backpack on what the other one is saying, this is your chance for frickin' for theists to call in and for you to bombard Recovering from Religion with lots and lots of monies. While we're waiting, though, just a couple of things here. Number one, what is that? It's Alex Jones. Is that what you're saying? It was more Alex Jones? I don't know what anything is. I'm just here. Fucking we've got Ryan from Pennsylvania, or from Pedantic Assholes. Good show to call into. Is it morally right to convince someone their beliefs are false if the belief causes no suffering? I have a lot to say about this. Ryan, you're on the line with Forrest, Matt, and Jimmy, and maybe just Matt here in a second, or just Jimmy here in a second. What's going on?
Howdy. Yeah,
Hi.
So I'm an atheist caller, but I do wonder, I'm thinking of my mom, who's a sweet, kind woman. Religion only benefits her. She only treats people kindly. Is it still correct of me to try and convince her she's wrong?
So you said religion only benefits her. I'm going to go ahead and just guess, because you're calling in from Pedantic Assholes, that you're from a Christian area and that your mom is Christian. Is that fair to assume?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so you say she only benefits you, and yet she is believing in a religion that teaches her that she is, by like the nature of her being, supposed to be subservient to men, and that the reason why it hurt when she gave birth to you is because she inherited the sin of a rib woman who is convinced by a magical talking snake to eat fruit from a magic tree that taught her what evil was before she knew what the evil decision the rib woman was making. Does that sound like something that's only beneficial to her?
No, I agree. The actual fundamental teachings 100% are harmful. I think we can all agree that the Bible has a ton of harmful shit in it. But
and that's the thing, is
doing a literal interpretation of, like, she's not adhering to the idea that women are less. She's not necessarily adhering strictly to the Bible, but she is adhering to that faith. So she may have the complete knowledge of the faith could be harmful, but that's not what she's practicing.
The question that I would have then is that, like, you said she's a good person and she's out there being good, like, because this is the foundation of her faith, her religion. Even if she doesn't believe in that specific story necessarily, is she not still being guided by, like, this cosmic entity that's commanding her to do well instead of her actually doing well? Is she not still carrying the burden of this, like, social pressure to be more Christian-like? Is she not still going to a church or believing in a group of people that are telling her that at the end of the day, no matter how good she is, she deserves to be tortured for all eternity because of just the nature of her being, and that it's only through penitence and contrition that she's able to earn her right to be treated with any actual dignity in the afterlife? And that's a stretch, because heaven's supposed to be just like constant eternal adulation and worship, which is not a dignified position. Either way, no matter how you slice it, like even at its most benign, even if you just say, like, oh no, she's just has this relationship with Jesus kind of thing going on, she's still engaged in magical thinking, and she's still more likely to be convinced of hideous bullshit than anybody else, because people who can convince you to believe absurdities can convince you to do atrocities. And so, like, she's still in a position where she's predisposed to, really horrible shit because of what she's believing in. So overall, I still think it's been, even in the most benign state religion can be, I still think it's worth getting rid of. And so, like, whenever people call in and talk about, like, what they should do with the parent, how they should interact with a religious parent. We always start that conversation by saying, what's their actual goal? Like, what are you actually trying to get out of that? Is it worth your relationship with that person to have a serious conversation with them or to really push the issue? But if it's worth it to you and you think it'll be well received and you think it's something your relationship can actually tolerate to talk about, yeah, I think it's absolutely worth your time and worth her well-being to have that conversation and see if you can't maybe start picking that apart. Because, like, absolute worst case scenario of her losing that religion, if that really is the way that it is for her, is that she gets a little bit more enjoyment and a little bit more fulfillment out of life by remembering that this is the only life she's got, and she hugs you a little bit tighter and she smiles a little bit more and she enjoys a few more sunsets. The best case scenario is that she frees herself from a lot of shackles of shame and fear and guilt that you didn't realize she had. But like I said, even at its most benign, religion is still carcinogenic.
I can understand what you're saying, I think, but I do think it's almost a slippery slope into a moral framework allows for a person to be convinced of negative beliefs. So, like, if I believe that suffering is bad and I want to eliminate suffering, and I believe that, let's say, terminal cancer is more painful than being alive, like if you have a certain type of cancer. So I believe that the correct thing to do is to execute people because this is moral, in my view. I don't know that means that suffering being bad is untrue or not a thing to adhere to. In the same way that you talked about the invisible, like, shackles that she may be experiencing. I think this is the part I struggle with. I'm not sure that, that my mom specifically has these, but I can't really, say for any person. But I mean, I think the vast majority
I would tune
of people,
in. I would tune in to chewed gum if you want it. Oh, fuck.
You're done.
All right, sorry. I didn't see it move.
So I overwhelmingly agree with most everything that Forrest said. What I will say is that you're kind of asking, you're like, is it morally right to convince someone that their belief's false if the belief causes no suffering? Well, first of all, you're not going to be convincing them that their belief's false. You're going to be convincing them that they don't have a good reason to believe that it's true. And in much the same way that in a court of law, the truth is a defense against any accusations of slander, convincing someone of the truth, honestly, cannot be immoral. However, that doesn't mean you are morally obligated to convince your mom that she doesn't have good reason to believe what she believes. If you are looking at this and saying, okay, she's not donating money to the churches, the organizations, she's enjoying, the benign aspects and just doing that. And it's where she has her friends and everything else. You're not under any obligation to try to convince her that she shouldn't believe.
I agree 100%. I think no one is obligated to try and change a person's mind on anything, I think, off the top of my head.
Well, no, that's not what I said.
Oh, sure. But I will agree with you at the very least. I am not obligated to change, sticking with the example, my mom's mind about her beliefs. I agree. I do wonder if I did make this attempt, try to change this person's mind, if that would not cause more harm. If I built a large portion of my happiness, my sense
of causing the harm.
I'm sorry?
You wouldn't be the one causing the harm. If someone's been lied to by an organization, to be convinced that they have $1 billion coming to them if they, just flash their titties at somebody on the internet.
Sure.
And you manage to convince them that that's not going to happen. You didn't cause the harm. They can be incredibly sad about losing $1 billion or potential at $1 billion, but you didn't cause the harm. It's the lie that caused the harm.
Okay, I see. Now, if I'm intentionally trying to limit my access to information, I'm thinking of something like geishas in Japan, who are typically taken in at a younger age. They live in the house. They are not allowed access to most news or political opinions. You know, they're trying to live in a bubble, and I present them with, you know, some terrible news outlet, or even a fine story, but it changes their worldview unnecessarily. Is this not harming them? I suppose in the same way that a person being religious, because I've obviously talked with my mom that I am an atheist, you know, being open to the idea that they're incorrect, but willfully choosing the comfort of belief. Like, if they're not actively seeking out to have their mind changed, not is it obligated, but is it even right for me to try?
How could it possibly be wrong? How could it possibly be wrong to honestly engage with someone if they're willing to engage?
I guess it's the willing to engage portion. I would agree if a person, I guess, wants those. When you're saying willing to engage, you just mean open to this conversation, not actively,
yes,
let's say, searching.
Yeah. I would argue that the people who are taking geishas or anybody else and isolating them and preventing them from having access to information, those are the ones that are doing harm. That's the cult-like mentality that diminishes humanity. And not only do I have every right to point it out, object to it, speak out against it, but if there happens to be someone who's in that position who's willing to listen, I think this is where I disagree with your assessment earlier. I think I may have a moral obligation to present information to them if I'm presented with the opportunity.
Okay, I'm not quite sure I'm understanding the obligation. Could you maybe give me an example? I'm not sure.
Yeah, if somebody is trapped in a cult and it's diminishing their quality of life, their freedom, and what their future is going to be, I would think that it would be immoral to not try to engage with them if I have the opportunity.
Okay, I definitely agree with this. I think that's an example of pretty clear suffering from an external view. I think I struggle with, where is this line then in religion? Because like Forrest was talking about, you know, the Bible does have large swaths of, I mean, you know, beat your slave, and if they don't die, it's fine. Like, there are huge portions that I would say are pretty encouraging of a behavior or worldview that would cause suffering. But I don't necessarily see that adhered to. I'm sorry.
No. That's why when you started off by saying your mom's involved in religion and it doesn't do her any harm, I don't agree that that's true. But I don't know your mom and I don't know the situation. This is what Forrest was trying to address a little bit, in that it's still carcinogenic. It's still problematic. It's like saying, if somebody had a gambling problem and they started going to the local bingo hall and they were wasting a bunch of money there to the point where it was detrimental to them and, you know, others that were dependent upon them or whatever else, not trying to stage some kind of intervention or have a conversation would be immoral. And it may be that there's harm there other than the direct financial. Like, maybe your mom's rich and she donates $100 a month to whatever church, and it's not going to impact her or her quality of life. She's just loaded. It's negligible funds. It's like the court fining Donald Trump $1,000. It's not going to impact anything. Then you could say, there's not financial harm there, but that doesn't mean you've ruled out harm. And so my whole thing is that I want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. And I would like to live in a world where everybody is trying to do that as well. And so I'm fine with, if somebody doesn't want, you know, to have the conversation, if they're not, we're like $22 away from Jimmy taking over. Let me see if I can finish my sentence. Oh, Forrest, if that's a joke, I'm right in the middle of something serious about somebody's mom, man. What the hell are you thinking? No, I'm
My
kidding.
mom.
No, it's
she's my world,
it is
man.
a difficult situation to be in, and I don't know that I know enough to say there's a right answer. I already had the conversations with my mom, and they're not going to happen again probably, unless my mom comes and expressly says she wants to have that conversation, in which case we will. Other than that, I've fulfilled my moral obligation.
Yeah, Matt, I do appreciate your insight, because I know that, yeah, you specifically have spoken about how you've had the conversations with your mom and you no longer pursue them because not going to change her mind. Let
me jump in for a second. Let me jump in for a second. Nobody donate. Make Jimmy donate the $2 that lets him, or the $7.
No. You're done. Hey, Ryan, how are you? I'm going to make this very quick, Ryan, because I've actually been kind of focusing on multiple things here. I don't believe in I have yet to discover a form of faith that I don't think is at least even a small amount harmful. Obviously, on the show, we prioritize certain beliefs over other beliefs, but the fact of the matter is that faith is foundationally a problem. It sort of encourages gullibility. It primes people for, makes them a certain type of, shall we say, vulnerable to a certain type of argument. And my biggest problem with it is that if you accept in any way that faith is an acceptable foundation for a belief, you do not have a way to rule it out with other people. Because if somebody says, well, I have faith in my, say, problematic, harmful belief, you can't go and say, no, you can't have that because it has harm. Harm does not designate something true or false, but you've set the standard that faith is an acceptable thing to base your truth on. So it's immensely hypocritical to look out at other people and say, my belief's valid, even though it's based on faith, because it's not harmful. Harm has nothing to do with it. Ryan, I do want to move on to another call. I think we've had you on here for a bit. If you have something quick, we can throw that on, but I've got somebody I want to address before I get the mic gets donated away from me again.
No, yes, you get priority. Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Thank you.
Bye.
Awesome. That's how I lost my job. Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about. Dirk, before we go on, I just want to say, am I going to talk to you, a person who will say, I believe such and such, or last time?
I believe such and such. Let's do it.
So you're dropping the third person stuff, right?
For you explicitly, because I love you. Let's do this, Jimmy. Let's go.
I don't understand. Let me just ask this, Dirk. Am I going to actually be hearing what your beliefs are, or a character you're playing?
No, I always say, yeah, go ahead. Oh, okay. Did you want to pick up where we left off, or you want to jump into something new?
I don't remember where we specifically left off.
Jimmy. I just heard that you said you used to be religious. What happened, man? What happened? Why did you leave your faith?
You just heard I used to be religious?
Yes.
Dirk, I thought you watched this show and this channel. Are you coming in totally unprepared?
No, Jimmy, I'm totally prepared. But I've watched
Dirk,
the show a couple times. I just heard it like today or yesterday or some other show. You were talking about your experience deconstructing. I want to hear about that. Yeah. I want to know, why are you deconstructing, Jimmy? Open up to
Dirk,
me.
Okay, you don't need to. That's fine. You can ask a question. You don't need to give me encouragement or directions. That'll drive me fucking nuts. So I'll just let you know what some of my little speech quirks are here. I deeply believed in God. I deeply believed in Jesus Christ. I deeply believed that Jesus was the Redeemer of mankind, that he had a plan of salvation. And not only did I deeply believe it, I used to express the confidence of that belief as knowledge. So I wouldn't merely tell a person, I believe in Christ, or I believe in the first religion I belonged to was Mormonism. For most of my life, I was Mormon. And then for most of my early life, I was Mormon. And then I went to sort of a type of Christianity, which became a progressive Christianity, which became a sort of deism. That phase was much shorter, all of those phases. And then I eventually realized that I had no reason to defend a belief in any of those things. So to put the most simply, what happened? I went on a journey because my knowledge, what I thought was knowledge, my saying, I know God exists, I know this, I know that, I was so confident in it that I thought it must be obvious, and that I would be able to go and explore the evidence for this God, put it together in a succinct package that would be so easy to convert so many people to his gospels. And on that journey to prove to myself that God exists, using means by which I prove to myself anything else is true or exists or is at least probable, I discovered that that was impossible, that it was a task that I could not meet. And then when I realized I couldn't meet it, I explored why I couldn't meet it. And eventually, for the longest time, I was what you would call a weak atheist or simply an agnostic atheist, a person who asserts, I do not believe in any God or gods. And more lately, I have taken up the mantle of a strong atheist, not necessarily a Gnostic atheist, but a strong atheist, and with specifically this defense. I do not have any evidence that any gods exist. However, I do have lots of evidence that throughout history, humans and those who wish to control other people have claimed gods exist that do not. That I have plenty of evidence that gods are human, man-made. And I've realized that lately, for a long time, I've said I lack a belief atheist, but I don't think that's adequate, because not only do I lack a belief in God, I also believe that all gods, at least as have been presented to me, are inventions of humans. And therefore, if I'm saying I believe all gods, the ones presented to me, and likely any others that would be, because I've been through a lot of them at this point, certainly not all, that I do internally believe all gods are inventions of humans. Therefore, I believe there are no gods. Now, I leave it open to, obviously I can't investigate every claim, but in as much as that is true of anything else that is a fictional creation, fairies and whatever else, to me, I would now say, for a God to exist and someone to be correct that they existed would be more like a broken clock being correct about the time than there being a good defense and a good reason to believe that a God exists. That's as much as I can give you, Dirk. I feel like I've answered it more thoroughly than I possibly could. Or, well, not could, than I was necessarily asked to. Are you there? Dirk, I'm not hearing you at all. Dirk.
No, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear
There
me?
you are.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
sure do, but
No, yeah, I just had it muted
$72 more
so that I
and
wouldn't
the
bother
mic's getting
you.
spread.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, thank you so much. That was awesome. Jimmy, thank you so much. Yeah, because I was just wondering, maybe, it's like the religion aspect you don't like. You know what I mean? Like the orchestrated control and all of that, right?
Arguably the opposite. There's lots of things about religion that I do like. The idea of communities formed around an ideology, but religion itself has to do with worship. And worship of a supernatural being. That's if you look up definitions of religion, yes, there are religious categories that go beyond that. But fundamentally, if you tell me that somebody is a part of a religion, I assume you mean an ideology that transcends reality and has some sort of supernatural element and supernatural mandate to it.
Right. Well, okay, Jimmy, do you believe in like alternative dimensions in like a science fiction sort of way, or?
I do not believe that anything that is science fiction is true. I am aware that there are scientific theories that posit other dimensions, but anything outside of the 3.5 or so that we can actually observe, because there's a lot about the fourth we still don't know, even though we've got some stuff on it. Anything outside of that, I think would be insane for anyone to posit that they know without being what is in those without being able to show how they know that.
Yeah. You know what? I think you're absolutely right, Jimmy. If it comes down to like you have to be proven, like it's got to be proven, you got to stick your finger in a Jesus Christ side or something like that. I don't think anybody is going to be able to present you that evidence. And I think anyone who comes on here saying they're going to.
I love, Dirk, that you give this example of if I had to stick my finger in his side, as though there isn't so much more that would at least indicate that something had happened, that if God was real and interacted with the world as often as he would, or supposedly has, but has gone silent, like we wouldn't see the types of things from the past, these miracles and stuff showing up on security cameras, or we wouldn't see evidence of the global flood, for example, that the Bible's accounting of reality, everybody would be
all of us
forced to
again.
accept it. Hey, it's all three. We broke $10,000 for recovering from religion.
Yeah, Dirk,
I'm just
I want
saying
to
this 'cause
stop here
people
for a second and thank
Okay,
you
go,
because we just broke
yeah.
$10,000, and that means that you and your theism and your ridiculous theist questions have just helped us raise $10,000 for recovering from religion to help more people
true.
escape from the chains of theism. So thank you so much for that. And fuck, the guy who's calling in with the dumbass thing about Palestine hung up. Damn!
That's
I was
too bad.
excited to talk to that person and ask why his God needs 13,000 children to die to come back. That fucking sucks.
Yeah, the prophecy of the hey guys, I don't know if you've heard. There's wars and rumors of wars. Matt, have you heard of these?
Oh
These
shit!
rumors of wars?
Who knew?
I have. But
Yeah.
I thought we were
I
going
was
to hear
excited to
Dirk.
get to that call.
I
What
thought,
did
shut
you
up,
wanna
Dirk.
talk
I'm trying to
about,
get you to actually talk.
Oh, yeah.
Dirk, I thought we were... Dirk, stop talking. I thought we were going to hear Dirk's defense for something Dirk actually believes. I didn't know we were just going to let him fucking interview Jimmy. I was about to donate $250 just to get that interview over with. Dirk, tell me what the fuck you believe and why I should care.
That was my golden mic. How
Okay.
dare you.
All right. So I believe that there is a probability associated with the concept of a deity or some sort of emergence or some sort of like higher intellectual conscious being that has controls and ability we don't understand, right? Do you understand at least that argument that I'm saying? You don't have to
I
agree
agree
with
there's
it.
a probability of that. I just don't know that it's not zero.
Yeah, okay. Well, if it's anything but zero, my argument then is that given enough time, that probability then increases to a higher probability.
Okay.
How does a
therefore-
God
Prove that it's not
existing
zero.
increase over time? How does the
Wait,
probability of a God existing increase over time? How does that make any sense? Either
Even
it does
if we
or it
grant
doesn't.
it to him, even if
Well,
we granted him
hold
that,
on.
though,
It's not zero
If-
as well.
if
Yeah,
there's
that's
a-
prove it's not zero.
If there's a greater than zero probability, given eternity, it's going to happen. So let's say there's a greater
that's
than
not
zero.
No. That's
Jesus
not the way.
Christ.
That's not the way probability works, and you haven't demonstrated that there's a
Well,
probability greater
that
than
is
zero.
how probability works. No,
it's
because if we're talking about
No,
particle
it's
decay,
No, it's
particle decay
fucking
is based
not how
on
probability works. Dirk, that's not how probability
Yes,
works. Probability is the
That's how
odds of it
probability
actually
works.
happening. No, because there's a non-zero
Just
probability
like
that
saying the odds are
shut the
changing,
fuck
Dirk's saying
up
that
and let me
I'm sorry.
finish.
I'm not
But
saying
if
the
Dirk
odds.
yells really loud, you'll understand,
I'm
Matt.
muted.
done with Dirk. I am done with
I
Dirk.
muted him.
But Matt,
Dirk,
don't
you-
you
There is
understand?
a
If Dirk yells really loud, you'll get it.
No, there is a. Let me finish my fucking sentence. There is a non-zero probability that it never happens, and because there's a non-zero probability that it never happens, that doesn't mean that the probability of it happening means it is actually inevitable. So you don't necessarily have an infinite timeline. You haven't demonstrated that it's probable, and you haven't demonstrated that it's not also probable that it never occurs. Don't tell me how
I'll
fucking
unmute you, Dirk,
probability
but
works.
you gotta start being more back and forth here. By the way, people, $120, and then Forrest gets the mic. $250 more back to Matt. But for real, I do want to once again emphasize this is fun. I'm enjoying it. But the number one thing here is to raise money. And by the way, I think I'll enjoy it more, and it will be more fun if it is more chaotic. So here's what I'm going to do. It's about to turn 7 o'clock. If by 7:15, I'm saying 15 more minutes, we raise another, what are we at right now? 10,130, 10,130. So if we raise another $1,000 by 7:15, quarter after, I will match 15% of it. So basically I'm saying I'll donate myself another $150. So
All right.
we're at 10,130. If we hit 11,130 by 7:15, I'm going to throw another $150 of my own money, bled, sweat, and teared for, into the pot there. I'll add another 150, but you only have that period of time. And the fun is that is going to make things way more chaotic to have that many changes in 15 minutes. So get those donations in, because that's what we are primarily here for. Dirk, do you want to thank the people for their donations?
Thank you, everybody, for your donations to the religious. I'm sorry, I don't know what it is. The helping
recovering
religious.
from religion. Yeah, it's for people who are coming out of
helping
religion, they
people.
find themselves in a traumatic experience, a traumatic spot. They don't know what to do, or they don't know how they've lost community. They need new community. There's lots of different reasons why people
They're
would. In fact,
confused
there's
about
even reasons-
probability.
They're confused about, yeah,
It is
exactly,
nice
exactly.
to see atheists tapping into their inner morality. Thank you guys so much. We
Their inner
appreciate
morality.
it. Good job.
Dirk, I think we talked about this. The funny thing about a religious person's morality is they've basically said, hey, atheists, because yours isn't quote unquote objective by our definition, therefore you can't really even have one. But in reality, it's the reverse. Hang on, Dirk. I've told you about talking over me. You're going to hold on. The difference between you and I is I have to defend my moral propositions. You cop out and don't have to. You literally just go, I believe this thing that appears to violate people's autonomy and harm them is good because a God said it's good. But I, Dirk, will defend from the position of the well-being of me, the well-being of humans, can actually defend why something should or shouldn't be included, whereas yours is entirely a dictate. You're indefensible.
You're done.
Am I done? Am I out? All right.
It's
up
me
to Forrest.
now. Hey, Dirk. So you haven't talked to me yet, but like it sounds like you're a Christian, right? Is that what am I hearing that properly?
Well, I am not. Yeah, but I'm not like a Calvinist or anything like that. If that's sort of.
No, of course.
So,
So let me understand a little bit about your faith, because like I said, I haven't talked to you before. Do you believe that your God is all powerful?
My God is indeed all powerful. I believe more like, how Mormons have a variety of different, there is no Trinity. Okay, there's no Trinity. I'm not a Trinitarian.
I didn't ask that. I just asked if your God is all powerful. That's all I asked.
All powerful. Yes.
Cool. What about all knowing? Does your God know everything past, present, and future?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool. So then everything bad that happens in the entire world is your God's fault, and also everything in the Bible is your God's fault because he knew it was going to happen, even the stuff he didn't want to have happen, right?
He observes it.
He observes it. Okay, cool. So, like, what do you believe the Bible is true?
I believe that I am not Pauline, so I believe in the Bible, but I do indeed. Well, I don't believe that Paul was a correct representation of what Jesus is and was.
What about the Old Testament? Is everything in the Old Testament true that just talks about the cool shit that God did?
I do not believe that is the same God as Jesus.
Well, I didn't ask you that. I asked, is the Old Testament true?
Okay. The Old Testament contains true. If you're asking if it's a binary, is it 100% true? It is not 100% accurate. Like, is it the breath of God? No, it's not the breath of God. It's people recorded this. They saw this. Maybe they saw it in a way we don't describe it right. You know what I mean? Like, let's talk about the parting of the
things that God did. No, let's not. The things that God did in the Old Testament, are those accurate at least? Are God's actions as recorded in the Old Testament, his actions, his beliefs, his moods, his attitudes, are those things an accurate depiction of God? Dirk, you there? Did I ask too many questions, Dirk? Oh, come on. I wanted to have some fun, dude. It's finally just you and me. How dare you, Matt? You son of a bitch. Yeah, it sounds like Dirk either muted himself or just like hung up but didn't hang up because he's still there on the line. But, while we're sitting here, Dirk never actually...
phone,
there he is.
Phone,
hey.
No, I'm here. My phone clicks off. Sorry. Like the timer goes off and it...
So the question that I asked you is the Old Testament an accurate representation of God's
I said it's
actions?
It's an accurate depiction of the destroyer God. Yes, it's an accurate depiction of the destroyer God.
So then what I said a minute ago is accurate. God put Adam and Eve in a garden, knowing that they were going to break his rules and do bad things, let it happen anyway, then punished them for the thing that he knew they were going to do. Then some time passed and the world became wicked the way that he knew it was going to become wicked. So he regretted making humanity, which doesn't make any sense because he already knew it was going to happen anyway. And so he had to flood the whole world in this big biblical flood and preserve Noah, which he knew he was going to have to do. So he literally made all of those people that were alive at that time just so that he could drown them, and also all the other animals too, I guess, because fuck them, whatever. And now here we are in this world where the world is surely more wicked than it was during Noah's times. But for some reason, that's me. Sorry.
The world was more wicked than it was during Noah's times. And yet we still have this God who decided that he needed to keep showing off and doing all these things. If you're advocating for a God of the Old Testament, are you also then taking the New Testament aspect of this, adding those elements onto it, and saying that Jesus was the same as this Old Testament God?
No, again, and I want to be very clear. Jesus is distinctly not the same as the Old Testament God. The Old Testament God did everything as Forrest and you completed said. However, that is the works of, again, a different God of a different realm. This is why I asked these questions.
A different God of a different realm. What do you mean a different realm? So that's not the God that created the reality. That's not the holy shit. Let me finish my fucking question. That's not the God of the reality that you and I are inhabiting right now?
The highest God is not in the reality we are in now.
How do you know this?
This is given to me. So again, this is based on things I've read. It's not something I've seen myself.
Was it given to you, or was it based on things you read?
Well, it's given to me and I read it.
Okay, where'd you read it?
I read it off of various sources that I can't remember each single one, but of course it comes from collections of old Gnostic texts, the Bible, of course. Yeah,
Dirk,
go ahead.
Is it at all important that anyone know, understand, believe, or care about the God above all?
It is important in the concept of living a better life. Yes, it is important.
What makes me live a better life if I know about this God above all? And if it's important, why didn't you remember what your sources were?
Well, because I have sources, but I don't exactly know all the names. I can't remember everything I've ever read.
If you're not going to participate, I literally just said, if it's actually important for people to know this God, why didn't you remember your sources in order to help us know this God?
I'm in. Derek, you got me again. It's Jimmy. Dirk, here's the thing. You started off by saying, if you need proof, we're probably not going to prove it. Now you've said it'll help you lead a better life. I'll ask you a couple questions on that. We may end up moving on, but I do want to remind people you only have 6 minutes to close the gap, but we're already past 11,000. So, so now all three of our mics are open again. So we need like less than $100 to get less than $100 to get me to donate to match the 150. All right, Dirk, you've already said you can't prove it. You've sat here. You can't really attest to us sources. This seems to be your personal Dirk's Christianity collection. What specifically, when you say it'll help you lead a better life, how does your version of Christianity, for example, correct a person who believes in the biblically endorsed slavery? How do you improve on that with yours?
Okay, because then my perspective then is that the Old Testament deity then would be an enslaver, a destroyer. He creates humanity to be his slaves, and he doesn't want people to have knowledge, right? And so Jesus would come down.
Dirk, I don't need you to move on from that. So you believe in a God from then, and yes, everybody, I see that and I will match the funds here in a few. So you believe that God, but you also believe that you have a superior morality to us because you have an objective morality giver. So are you saying that God's given morals regarding slavery, that it was in fact moral at that time to own slaves because God told you to?
No. Slavery is not condoned by the highest God. If you're asking if it's condoned, condoned by...
It's me again.
Okay.
So you keep talking about this highest God, but again, at the beginning, I asked you if the Bible, if the Old Testament is an accurate depiction of God's desires and actions and things, and you said, yeah. So it's weird that you're differentiating between different factions of gods that you believe in order to try to dodge the simple question that we're asking, which is, the Bible clearly condones slavery. Whichever God it was that you believe in, one of them was clearly into that. So whichever one of them it was, did that make it acceptable?
So slavery is not acceptable. I want to be very clear about that. I don't
by
think
you or by any of your gods?
I am not familiar with any statement by Jesus explicitly saying that he encourages slavery or he thinks that slavery is a good thing to do. But
Didn't
he does
Jesus
talk
say
a lot
slaves
about...
should obey their masters, especially their Christian masters? Was that Jesus who said that? Matt, if you can give me an indication, because I know you can't talk, you'll know. It was? Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, so Jesus specifically said that slaves should obey their masters, especially their Christian masters, and went on to say in that exact same...
Said that you
that wasn't the same one?
Taxes.
Matt shaking his head.
It is the same one. Jesus also said to pay your taxes. Okay. Jesus is not saying start a slave revolution like, what's that guy, Spartacus. He's not advocating for people to be Spartacus. Is that the same thing as saying it's good to be a slave? No, that's not the same thing as saying you should be a slave. He's saying do what you are supposed to do as your duty, and he's saying don't cause trouble. I don't think that's the same thing as saying slavery is good. In fact, his whole
this is
belief.
Paul here. I've got that's what Matt was trying to get across to me. This is Paul. Whatever you do, work heartily and for the Lord, not for men. And you said that Paul was not accurate a little bit ago, so we'll skip that part of what I was bringing up. I don't want to go off of me saying the wrong information. What I do want to say is that a minute ago you brought in that God is just a watcher over these things. And you were trying to delineate. So maybe we can stick to the point with that, because clearly I'm not getting anywhere the other way, and I was being inaccurate about the Bible anyway. So you said that God is watching over everything. Let's talk about actual slavery here in America, for example. Was God just watching that?
God observes all things in all time. So yes,
okay,
God is
let's
watching.
Go to all three mics real quick. Dirk, we're going to mute you and pause you because some big stuff happened. We're going to open all three mics because every time we break 1,000, we're going to do that. But we will get back on in just a few dollars and let Matt take over when we get another 20. I just want to say, holy fucking shit, Steve. And by the way, all right, let me say this first. Steve, thank you so much. We got a $1,000 donation from Steve. That is incredible. It feels amazing. We're now at 12,500.
And you're done.
I promise I'm going to give the, hang on. I have to, okay. All right. I'll get the mic back soon. Go ahead.
No, I was just sitting here watching the thing, and when I saw it was like $2 away, I didn't see the thousands digit go up because I was watching the totals. So huge thank you, Steve. Dirk, I don't know why we're spending any time talking about Jesus at all, because you already said Jesus wasn't God, so it shouldn't matter what Jesus did or didn't say. But oh my God, Dirk, you don't get to talk when I talk ever for the rest of eternity. Just get used to that. When I'm done talking, I will say, what do you think, Dirk? Or what's your answer to that, Dirk? And up until that point, I never need to hear a thing from you, because everything you've said has already been a monumental waste of my time. I was genuinely happier when I was playing chess, listening to Forrest ask you questions about this. But at the end of the day, this God above all, you said it's important because it helps us live a better life. I want to know how you know that it's actually a better life if in fact I know that this God exists? Go.
If in fact you know that this God exists, it's a better life because you have actual experiential positive attitudinal and experiential benefits. Is that good?
You want to put some more AL platitudes on that thing that are absolutely meaningless and useless?
It's not meaningless and useless. How can you guys say that the experience is not meaningless?
It is meaningless. You don't know what those words mean. You didn't know what you wanted to say. You didn't know what words to use, so you started just throwing a bunch of shit in. Why does it matter? Why does it? I swear, Dirk, I swear I'm going to can you from this show forever if you don't stop it. Why does it matter? How does it benefit my life to know the God above all?
It benefits your life to know the God above all because then you can truly understand how to tap into your inner morality, and then you can align your behavior with your morality and achieve harmony.
I already understand my morality, and I already align my behavior to my morality. What method can you provide that lets me know this God above all?
The method, well, geez, let's see, what method is there? I don't have the answer to that right now. But
no, hang on. That's it. So I asked what method you had so that I can know this God exists. What method did you use to know the God above all?
I found that to reflect what I thought is the most accurate conclusion of how our concept of morality would come from within us.
So I'll ask you again, what method did you use to come to the knowledge about the God above all?
There was no scientific method. I don't think I used any specific method. I didn't ask if it was a scientific method.
I asked what method, because if you didn't use a method, then you can't have attained knowledge of that God. And if you have attained knowledge of that God, you should fucking know what method you used to obtain knowledge of that God. So what method did you use to obtain knowledge about the God above all?
I did not use a method to attain the knowledge.
Then you don't have knowledge of the God above all, and you're done. Goodbye, sir. You cannot have reached a conclusion about any proposition in the history of the world and claim to have an understanding of it if you didn't become convinced of it by some method. I don't care if that method was reading tea leaves, sniffing farts, studying this particular book, whatever. There's some methodology that you used to reach the conclusion that there's a God above all. And honestly, Dirk, I just don't believe you. Now, I'm going to sit here. Oh, wait. No, we're at 12,512. Is that right? Which means we need $488 to come in before anybody else gets the mic. And until that happens, I get to do whatever the fuck I want. And so I'm going to read from the Bible. And I'm not going to use this NIV because it's copyrighted. I'm going to use the King James version of the Bible. And when it's open big screen over here. So I can't see Jimmy. I can't see Forrest. Literally nobody and nothing can stop me from just reading the Bible. So I tell you what I'm going to do is you guys can't put little notes or whatever in your super chat, but the first person to tag me with a book from the Bible, that's the book that I'll go at. And I know it's going to take like 30 seconds for that to get done. It's going to drive Jimmy crazy. And the reason that this is so fun is because we're supposed to be raising money for recovering from religion. Nothing's going to make you want to recover from religion more than having me read the Bible. I think. I could be wrong. Oh, I could play chess. I could literally just sit here and play chess, pull it up on the screen. But no, I'm going to go with the Bible because somebody said Numbers, and that was the first one that popped up. So we're reading from Numbers, and I'm going to randomly pick a chapter from Numbers. We're going to go to Numbers 21, and we're going to start with verse 1. When the Canaanite, the king of Arad, who lived in the Negeb, heard that Israel was coming by the way of Atharim, he fought against Israel and took some of them captive. And Israel vowed a vow to the Lord and said, if you will indeed give this people into my hand, then I will devote their cities to destruction. And the Lord heeded the voice of Israel and gave over the Canaanites, and they devoted them and their cities to destruction. So the name of the place was called Hormah. From Mount Hor, they set out by the way to the Red Sea to go around the land of Edom, and the people became impatient on the way. And the people spoke against God and against Moses. Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no food and no water, and we loathe this worthless food. I need to get a quick drink here. I see that some money's coming in. It's not quite coming in fast enough, but okay. Continuing on with verse 6. Then the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, so that many people of Israel died. And the people came to Moses and said, we have sinned. We have spoken against the Lord and against you. Pray to the Lord, and he take the serpents away from us. So Moses prayed for the people. And the Lord said to Moses, make a fiery serpent and set it on a pole, and everyone who is bitten, when he sees it, he shall live. So Moses made a bronze serpent and set it on a pole. And if a serpent bit anyone, he would look at the bronze serpent and live. You're only
Shut your mouth! Oh my God!
Just one more dome, my glob, dude.
That was
You
fucking
came
awful.
down from
No,
Hormah.
wait, Forrest,
Your
it's not you,
ma's a
it's me.
whore.
Forrest, it's not you
What?
yet. It's not you.
Oh.
We switch every 250, but
I
anytime
thought it was all
$1,000
three of
break,
us. I'm sorry.
No, we offset it because of the 1,000. It's just me. But if you all want it to be Forrest soon, keep with the donos. Thank goodness that's over. Hey, I actually want to talk a little bit about RFR, and then we're going to jump into more chats. I'm going to be reacting to questions in the chat. So if you have a question, no, wait, don't take me away yet. Holy shit, we're so close. Okay, we're about to break the 1,000 thing. Oh fuck. Okay, every single dollar. If you donate $5 gets donated. Like the full $5. YouTube's not taking anything. It is $5 in, $5 to RFR. I love this thing that YouTube does. It's amazing, and it all goes to it. By the way, do not feel discouraged. I know we get very excited because we have an overall goal. When we see $1,000 jump, that's super exciting. But the strongest movements are grassroots movements because it means that you're not only active as a dollar, you're active as a person. You've invested, you care. So we want tons of $1 of donations, $2 donations, $5 donations. The Mormons do this thing, and it's called fast offerings. And while I hate most things about Mormonism, it's actually a kind of clever method of fundraising. And here's how it basically works. They once a month encourage, like all religions, or many religions, they encourage their members to fast. Shit. Okay, it's all three of us now, but I'm going to keep talking.
It's all three of us again.
And they basically say, fast for 2 meals, and the money you would have spent on those 2 meals, give that as a donation. Fuck the Mormons. Give us 2 meals of donations. Or if you're a daily Starbucks person or whatever, and you're like, you know what? I can go without the peppermint mocha tomorrow. I can do without. If there's something extra, that $5 is going to mean resources for people who are getting out of religion and they are going, I don't know what to do. I am devastated. I am losing family. I am losing friends. I'm losing career opportunities. What do I do? There is 1, the service will be there for them to answer. And 2, your dollars are mostly going to make sure people even know RFR exists. I was devastated when I found out it existed when I left Mormonism, and I didn't know about it for years after. We have to put that to bed completely. We need everybody, non-religious and religious, to know that when you come out, there is stuff waiting for you, and there's this amazing resource. Okay, that's my little soapbox. What, y'all got some soapboxes while it's the three of us?
I just love the fact that I only got like 8 or 9 verses done, and they chipped in. And now, not only can I do, I'm not going to pick one that's fun with fun voices next time. Next time I threaten to read the Bible for money, it's going to be the Begats.
Oh my Lord.
Begats in there.
I'm just going to sit here and read Begats until we begot the money that we need to begotten.
Do you know what I would love to see? Look, tonight is the three of us. And by the way, I went and I looked it up. I was wrong. On the stream by myself, I actually only raised like $5,500, but by the time the show started, it was over 7,000. That's where I got that 7,000 number. So I'm sorry for the shade I threw at you. But the three of us together, surely tonight we can just say, hey, tomorrow's going to be easier. Not easy, but easier. Which, if you haven't seen the schedule for tomorrow, we'll put up the graphic here in a moment. Tomorrow is going to be easier because we've already met half of the goal. We could hit 17.5 today. We're 13,117, and I'm dead serious. Come up with look, here's the thing I was going to do this week. I can make coffee at home. I can even drink one of those horrible K-Pods. Keurig, that disgusting Keurig coffee. I can do it, and I'm going to put that coffee money. I'm going to not DoorDash. I'll go pick up, and I'm going to donate the DoorDash fees. That's what I'm going to do. That kind of shit goes a long way in this organization, gives you every dollar. Arden, can we put the graphic up for the schedule tomorrow? Because this is bananas. This is the best super. I'm sorry. I do not give myself many compliments. Oh, yeah, we need it good and center. I don't give myself many compliments. But I think this is the best multi-panel single event combos I've ever seen in our community ever. So starting off the show will be Matt, Stacy, and No Illusions. Aron, Professor Dave, and Dara the Magic Skeptic. Then at 3, 4 o'clock, Seth, Eve, and Brady. 5 o'clock, Austin Archer, Forrest Valkai, Paulogia. 6 o'clock, unfortunately, I'm there. That's the only way we could have improved it. Jesus Christ, the YouTuber Jesus Christ, and Derek from Myth Vision. Then we've got Owen, Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels, Aaron Lewis. They're all on at 7. 8 o'clock is Arden, Glenda, and Josie. A superpower girl hour. Jesus Christ. 9 o'clock doesn't exist. 9 o'clock, Jesus doesn't exist. Those three do exist, and they are super powered girl. I forgot how I said it. Girl hour. 9 o'clock, I'll be back with Aaron Adair and Dr. Ben. And then 10 o'clock, the Unholy Trinity reunites once again. And at 11 o'clock Eastern time, these have all been Eastern time. So adjust accordingly, people. Daryl will give a little wrap up, a little, hey, either we did it or, hey, how dare you all? How could you?
We're all very disappointed in you.
Yeah, what the fuck? And let's not forget that while you are on the line, the channel, also on the line is a tattoo for Mr. Dillahunty of a certain cat drawn by a certain Seth Andrews.
We're doing
if we hit that $35,000 mark. Yeah.
No. I said if we hit 40, we've got to exceed the mark. If we hit $40,000, I'm getting that cat thing tattooed somewhere on my person.
Can we put that on the screen? Can we see that god awful cat drawing?
I will look up.
I
will look
don't
up an
have
image.
the cat on hand.
Damn, I love that picture.
I can have it to you pretty quick. I'll get it to you.
I have it somewhere.
It's the worst. It's so good.
It's wonderful.
There's something about it, because if you remember during that segment, he presented multiple cats or multiple animals, and the other ones were good, were similarly styled, but I will say that one took the cake for me. Wow.
I know I have it saved, but I just.
Oh, Facebook, because they switched to this encrypted thing. It's taking a while to load the, or did I not do it through here? You know what? I bet you it's on my phone. I bet you
it's probably on my phone too.
Abuse the people into donating. while we try and
everybody,
find this fucking photo.
yeah, it's this. If you want to watch Jimmy and Matt dig through their electronics to try to find
I
a
found
picture of an ugly fucking cat, then just sit there and watch. But if you would like this show to become immensely more interesting very quickly, smash that donate button. Send in just a little something. As Jimmy was saying, we all waste money in lots of ways that we don't even pay attention to. I've wasted God knows how much money on DoorDash. Like just this week, fuck, I'm busy, I'm editing, I don't want to cook, I'm gonna just order some food. There's a place here in Tulsa called F's Hawaiian Food, by the way. If you're not into it, if you're around the Tulsa area, pick up some F's. I don't know them, I'm not paid by them, but holy shit, they're fucking, like, their teriyaki is fantastic.
What is Hawaiian food? I just realized I don't know. All I can think of is like what you see in movies, like a big pig
Fucking
that's
look
on
at that
like
thing.
look at that piece of
Good
art.
God.
That is going to go
that's
on his
awful.
body.
If you guys raise $40,000 over the next 7 days,
so awful.
that will be tattooed on me. And the more you go over 40, the more of
the more times you'll
prominent
get
premier location it's likely to take.
I wonder if there's an artist.
Give us
good
$1
enough. Put it
million
back up
to
for just
get
a second,
that shit
Arden.
on his forehead.
Put it back up for just a second. I wonder if there's an artist good enough to also put the part where you can see that there's a drawing behind it of Linus.
I was gonna say yes, the shadow.
yeah. All right, you can take it down.
I don't want that one. I just want the one.
Did somebody tattoo
So
your
good.
bones with Linus underneath this? What the fuck? That would be
Hey, you guys
good.
want to take a call and see if that spurs some donations so that only one of us can talk at a time again?
I'm into it. I see several on there that I want to do.
Yeah, people are not keeping it light, which I think I said at the beginning, but I said I meant to say
Who's it gonna go
unless you're a
to?
theist, keep it light.
We'll go to the
Forrest is
250.
next.
Forrest, which one you want?
Bro, I'll let you choose because honestly,
Well,
it's
you're
it's
next,
all
which
of
is
us right
why.
now.
Yeah, but it's going to go to you next.
I want to take line number 12 when it's just me, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to take it now. And that way, if people don't want Jimmy and I to be able to chime in, they've got to donate to make it just for us. And you've only got to get $28 more.
I'm into it.
Dave in Colorado, pronouns are he, him. You are on the show with Forrest, and right now, myself and Jimmy as well.
Yeah, for
Hey
a
guys,
few more
how are
dollars.
you guys doing?
Just fine.
So, the reason I guess I said I called is because a few weeks ago, Jimmy and Matt had said something that I have an objection to. I guess I can't really say it's a disagreement because it's not really something that I can agree with. So, a few weeks ago, when you guys were talking, and I guess this is the perfect time because it's the donate or the for recovering for religion. But a few weeks ago, when you guys were talking, you said that for Jimmy, you said 500,250 for you and 250 for the line. You wouldn't talk for a year. And Matt, you agreed and said for 250 grand, you wouldn't talk for a year. And I feel like that is a mistake. I feel like the that you guys contribute a lot to.
Yeah, fuck you, Jimmy Snow. Yeah, Dave, I love it. I love what you're talking about because now they can't even answer you. It's just me. Hi, I'm Forrest Valkai. I'm here to teach you about your insides. Hey.
I've been watching Matt for a long time on the show that shall not be named for a very long time.
Move the mic.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, this game is
Wait,
so
somebody
fun.
donated? I started a chess game. I didn't think there was any way in hell. So go ahead. Why do you disagree that it wouldn't be worthwhile for us to stop talking for a good chunk of money?
Okay, so like I said, I've been listening to you for a very long time. And after the fallout with the ACA, I kind of stopped watching, but I would say that I was a lot younger when I started listening to you, and you had a big role in teaching me a lot about critical thinking. So I have been an atheist for a very long time, and before I even started watching you, but my ability to explain that has really not been as great until after I listened to you and learned about logical fallacies and critical thinking. It's been a big help in my
Okay, come up with something better than just sucking up. What's the...
Well, I think that, and Dina is a perfect example on the show that day. Her friend had listened to you and got her to call, and you had turned her on to recovering from religion. And I just think you guys play a bigger role than the 250. If I was a freaking Trump supporter and you told me that for 250 grand I could get rid of you, I'd do that in a second. If I was a rich guy, I would tell you that.
I think that's a potentially good case, although I can tell you that to the extent that you could pay me to shut up for a year, all you would be paying me to do is to not do any new content for a year. I would spend that year cutting up shorts of old stuff and reposting it. And I think between that and AI, we could make anything that I wanted to say, I could say without my mouth.
You could, but probably not as fast in this kind of format. I loved this format until all the falling out, and it fell off. And you know how YouTube algorithm is. I just hadn't seen you in this kind of format forever, and so it's been. I actually just found the line recently, and I'm loving.
Well,
what
see,
you guys
that's
are
your
doing.
problem. You've got a couple of years of content to go through, because I've been doing the Sunday show on Sundays, and I do the hang up on Wednesdays. What the hell's wrong with you?
I don't, because you know how the algorithm works. It doesn't show you stuff that you haven't been watching, and I'm not necessarily your target audience for that stuff.
All right, you got me now.
Jimmy's up.
You got me now. You got me now.
Jimmy,
look, I'm actually going to fight for it. I'm going to actually fight for it the way that that Matt maybe wouldn't. But Matt and I, they do have one key difference. Now, I will say, something about my physical reality recently changed. My mental health is rapidly improving and changing as a result of it. And so I might change my mind on this. But my experience for the last couple years has been, I fucking hate being a public figure. So forget dollar amounts in the hundreds of thousands. I might be willing to go away for like a lap dance. Not literally that, but maybe the right lap dance. I don't know. Look, so I get it. I don't think it would take a lot for people to get me to shut the line down, but it would take very little to convince me to not be. Basically, I would just want to make sure that my basic needs and then maybe a little bit of comfort needs were covered for the foreseeable future while I could still work in the background and still put things together like this. However, that said, there is also another argument that I would kind of want to make here, which is I understand that we already have a platform that we've built. And so it's kind of like, we would hate to see any loss. But at some point, you have to accept that all of us are going to leave at some point. Because if the point is that if you leave, that's being too selfish because of all the good you could have done, well, then how come everybody isn't expected to make a channel for the good they could be doing or some kind of channel? How come everybody isn't expected to be a public figure of some kind indefinitely? I'm simply sitting here going like, I've put in, hang on, let me finish, Dave. I've put in the tithing of my life. I've dedicated, what is it now? I'm on year 6. And I'll probably live past 40. So let's say I've given up 5% of my life to just this, pretty much nonstop for that time. How much is enough where if I simply say, I'm good to go. And right now, because somebody's offered a lump sum of money, if I leave now, I'll even be able to get to enjoy myself and go have a break for some amount of time. And then I might come back. How much do I have to give of my literal years on the earth before I'm allowed to stop one of my fields of humanitarianism, which is what I think this is. I think this is my primary distribution of my humanitarian efforts. And go do something else that's quieter. How much until I'm allowed to go, I've done a lot of work, so yes, I'm going to go ahead and not worry about living for whatever this amount of time because I'll have the money to even enjoy myself and just go take a fucking break.
So that's specifically why I had phrased it as I have an objection to rather than saying I disagreed with it.
No, and look, I'm using you as a rhetorical device for sure. Yeah.
No, and I agree. And the reason I did it as an objection is because I definitely want you guys to consider the amount of reach that you guys do. You have an amazing platform that you do reach people. And I have probably watched for, God, I'm a freaking old guy, right? So it's been like 15
Sure, Dave,
years
but Dave, let me
I've
tell you
been
this.
watching, so.
I'm going to be a little braggadocious again. When I started the line, I had an independent channel that focused on just me. I was either Mr. Atheist or Jimmy Snow. And at that time, it was the most watched daily atheist content in the world, at least on YouTube. I can't speak to like traditional media or whatever. And I started the line because, yes, I had a platform and it was great. And I don't think I was as responsible with it as I should have been. I actually think there was some things about, I look back and I go, certain ways I did some of the reaction content is actually a little toxic and becomes a little tabloidish. But there was lots of good that was done with that. But I recognize that there was a time to go, I can now use my platform to launch a new platform, and I can do something even better than giving you a great show of me. I can give you a great show of every single person who I bring onto the line, who is an official host, I think is better than me. And so my goal is to leave, right? I know it's not everybody else's, but I get it. We do a lot of good. And technically there's going to be somebody in the future who didn't hear the right thing that you were going to say it. But also you can argue in that hour, somebody else might have said something that someone else would have heard just right. You can't really know. And so the line's not going anywhere, but the moment I can, you're not going to see a lot of me. You might hear, though. I am enjoying the podcasting stuff that we're doing.
Well, and I agree. The people you have put together. So again, I haven't found you that long ago, but I have been watching all the content and getting to know your other channels. And Forrest, I haven't seen much of you, but I love the stuff you're putting out there. It's great. You found such a good mix of people. And another thing, the willingness for you guys to share. So I watched as much as I could of the Cus I Wanna the other day. I think it was Cus I Wanna where you were talking about your health, which I'm glad you're feeling better, buddy.
Yeah, things are good. Things are going in a good direction.
And that's something I think my wife is kind of going through, and I was telling her how you shared that stuff. So I'm actually like, she's gonna go and get that stuff checked. But the fact that you guys are willing to,
we don't have to be so subtle. The specific thing that he's referring to is that I was diagnosed with severe sleep apnea. I have other medical issues, but it has turned out that for the last over a year and probably 3 or 4 years, it's made all of my existing issues much, much, much worse. And mental health, I think a person only has to hang out with me one time since about 10 days ago to go, Jimmy's happier. Like this is a different guy. It's clearly been a massive change, but there's other stuff going on that's still going to be an ongoing thing. But yeah, that's what we're talking about is severe sleep apnea, literally life-changing to just sleep with a mask on. It's fixing so much. Somebody in the live chat just asked, what's the charity? So I do want to quick review this before we go on, Dave. But I do think we've probably, actually, Dave, do you have a final thought? I feel like we've kind of run through the topic.
No, you guys are great. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Dave.
Have a great one.
Awesome. We'll see you. Dave's voice, there's something about it I very much admire. I don't know. I want that sort of that authority that comes with just a deep, gravelly voice. Anyway, and I mean that wasn't a joke. But somebody had said, what's the charity? We're talking about recovering from religion, and we're raising donations, hopefully $35,000. And that's the goal of the fundraiser through tomorrow. This is our little pre-show having fun. Recovering from Religion has a live chat and a call-in line on their website where if you are a person who's struggling mentally or emotionally, whatever's going on, and you need a little bit of direction, they can help get you started on their path. Plus, the founder, Dr. Aron Ra, also started the Secular Therapy project, which works with recovering from religion. So if you need therapy, if you need attachment to a therapist, they have a huge network of vetted therapists. You can make sure that you're not going to see, true story, my first therapist who thought the problem I was having up to that point, I should say non-Mormon first therapist when I was 21 years old, thought that the problem I was running into wasn't that I needed to leave Mormonism. It's that I was in the wrong kind of Christianity. So yes, leave Mormonism, but stick to Christianity, and told me to get certain things to go in the direction I wanted, that I should pray for those things to basically his version of his. He was a chaplain in the military as well. It was this fucking horrible experience that really set me back and turned me off of therapy for a while. It doesn't have to be that way. By the way, anybody who is seeking therapy, it is more than acceptable to ask your therapist whether or not they feel they can give secular counsel or if they are compatible with secular humanism, all that sort of stuff. But I do want to say it was a big change for me to finally get attached to a secular therapist, a secular community, a humanist community. And it took me forever because I didn't know about these resources. And so we're raising money so that Recovering from Religion can afford to send more ambassadors to more conventions, more pride events where they're desperately needed, do more billboards, which they often do in these like salacious locations where there's been a church controversy. It's actually fucking hilarious. Do excursions, and for people who are unable to afford it, they do subsidize those things so that people can come to these community events and really see that there is family, there are people after religion, there is community after religion. And so definitely check that out and donate. And by the way, Josh, I see all your lots and lots of $5 donations. It's funny because when I was setting up my when I was deciding what to match, I almost said I will give $1 for every donation of $5 or more. And I think Josh might have bankrupted me by now. No, but that would have turned it up to 20%. In the end, did 15%. Tomorrow, I'm very excited for. We do have some. We're working it all out, but we've got some matching funds we'll be able to play with during the show. So we'll also have different challenges and stuff then. But what I would really love to do is to be able to call Daryl after this. I'm also filling time, so I'm just going to rant like this until you keep donating. We only need $100, and then it opens back up to all three of us again. At a certain point, once I've gotten past my stuff, definitely shut me up because I will keep going. Did you see the title? The title of what tonight wasn't chosen at random. It is very much the theme. Can't shut up, won't shut up unless you fucking make me with another $100 of donations is what would do it. Well, actually, I don't have to shut up then. I just have to share the mic, and then $250 I have to shut up, and Forrest takes over. Matt will have to shut up too, and then another $250. Matt doesn't have to shut up. We have to shut up. It's a whole shut up extravaganza, and I'm having too much fun with it. I don't remember where I was going, but please do donate. And I was saying I really want to be able to call Daryl afterwards and be like, hey, Daryl, tomorrow we're going to have that event, but we actually beat the halfway mark tonight. So now we only need to raise, well, there's no need only to. Frankly, if we could raise them $1 million, they would kick ass with $1 million. However, thank you so much, Monkey. Or no, Monkey had a typewriter here, but Von Reck, who has just donated $100 to open it to everybody. How are you two? I'm getting hoarse.
Daryl's in
We're
chat.
back.
Daryl's in chat. Just said he's right here and loving what we're doing.
Yeah.
Hell
well,
yeah.
then I at least want to live chat to him, but I would call him and just say, hey,
Sure.
we got halfway there
How do you
tonight.
see how much of this actually shows up on the screen? Okay, so that's what I.
Well, nothing of that shows up on the screen.
Well, yeah,
There's
well, I'm
nothing
on
on
a
it.
small screen. I'm trying to figure out like what's my actual limit to write on this.
Oh, do we
board?
have
Like,
to
how
heat it
small do I
up?
have to
You
be
peed
writing?
on it? You peed on it, so we got to heat it up?
Yeah.
Is that what the
What does
puzzle
that
is?
even mean? What are you talking
Because
about?
you don't know about you writing in invisible ink with P? You can use a quill with P, and then
The rest of us
P will
didn't use
reveal
P.
the
We used
P.
lemon juice. Somebody convinced you to play with
Not a
P
lot of
when all
us-
you had to do was get the lemon juice.
It's crazy because you're right. I never actually saw. Someone gave me their number in P, and I never did get those digits. No, I'm kidding. I think this is a real thing.
That's-
Hang on. Can P
No, I
be
think
invisible ink? It could at least be
Is this some
blacklight ink, right? Yes, urine can
Sure.
be used as invisible ink. Urine, along with other biological
could
fuels.
semen.
So it is.
Like I don't know
It
why
is
you.
UV light.
Yeah. If you drink a lot of
Yeah.
lemons, it sure can. But you could just use the fucking lemons.
That's how it works. Fucking
Ancient
what?
Roman spies used P as invisible ink, and this is the origin of the phrase "read between the lines." I fucking nailed
Is
you,
your
fucker.
dick
Suck
the
a butt.
line? Yeah, I did take it away from Jimmy because Jimmy is a disgusting trash person who fucking plays with his own pee just every day. It's gross. Every time you see him like walk away from the mic for a second, he has to run to the bathroom. He's just pissing all over his hands. He never washes. He tells me all the time he's a gross person. Now that we're back to just me, And I've got plenty of time for it to be just me because you guys, we're at 286 now, so I've got a little bit of time here. We have choices. We can either talk about microRNA, which is what I was talking about the last time I had the mic all to myself on a different show, which I'm very excited about because it's fucking exciting. Or we can go on to a Theist call. As for me, I'm feeling like Theist call would be fun. Here's my vision of like the perfect show. All right, is that we take a Theist caller and we have somebody who's like real obnoxious and is like saying some shit that like all of us have a problem with, and you guys just all spam the donate button. Everybody who's watching throws in like $1 or $2 or something like that. Just something small. Because I know trying to get up to 250 is a lot. But if you can just donate just like $1 or $2 and just keep the mic moving so all of us are just insanely trying to answer the same person, that would be ideal. I would watch that show. I would be delighted to be a part of it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and jump on. Also, we got Josh King, who is still just donating over and over and over. Somebody put that generous piece of shit in his place. Fucking donate more than Josh King. That's the challenge, is to be more generous than Josh King. We've got James, pronoun he, him, who calling in from Nibbling Young Capybaras. What? Who says that everyone appeals to God under immense pressure. That sounds like a hideous thing to say about your God. James, you're on the line. How you doing? James, can you hear me? Are you there? You've been waiting for like 30 minutes to talk to us, and now you've got Forrest and only Forrest. And it's only going to be Forrest for a little while. So what's going on with your God? Tell me about it. Oh, James going once. James, I heard some rustling. Either that was the wind or the weirdest fart I've ever heard. You can't hide, James. All right, we're going to put James back in the queue because James is in a dark void of despair at this moment. Instead, we're going to go over to Crystal, pronoun she, her, calling in from Alberta, who wants to present a case for God. Crystal, you are now on the line with Forrest and only Forrest. How are you doing? Crystal, are you there?
Oh, yes.
Hey!
Can you hear me?
I can
How
hear
are
you
you
just
doing?
fine. I was terrified that I wouldn't be able to. I've never had a bad day in my life. Crystal, how are you?
I'm doing great. So my case for God is, you know, that there's proof all around us that he exists. It's all around us. It's in everything we see, everything that has been provided to us throughout the years. As far as
Crystal,
money goes,
just out of curiosity, I'm sorry to cut you off so early. I don't mean to be rude. We're moving a little bit here, and I want to understand. Like, have you ever watched this show, or have you ever watched this show or any shows like it before?
Well, I've kind of scrolled through different shows. Yes, I have on YouTube or whatever. So yes, I have watched shows like this before. And
okay, so have you ever heard the phrase? Have you ever heard the phrase "look at the trees" whenever atheist shows are going on?
Look at the trees?
Yes.
No, but I look at them every day.
Right. Well, that's
look at them
the reason
every
why
day,
I asked
and
is
I
because
know,
that's kind of the joke that we have when people make the exact argument that you just made about, like, listen, the proof's all around us, because there's this kind of famous clip of somebody like, you look at the trees and you look at the clouds and you see God. And like, it's just kind of a vapid thing to say, because I'm an evolutionary biologist. I study evolution for a living. I study biology, and like evolutionary biology is kind of like one of my favorite things to get into. And like, I could very easily explain how looking at evidence all around me for not God's existing and for like naturalistic processes and things like that. So like, it's just kind of a vapid thing that you're saying. Do you have like an actual, like, specific line of evidence that you want to bring up? Or is it just like, I see these things and it kind of makes me feel like God?
I don't think we are born with the same eyes to see. Like, I could be viewing things in a different lens than you. Because God puts eyes in our little eyeballs. We're born with eyeballs. And so how I view something may not be the same as how you view it, right?
Whoa.
So I could be seeing things
Crystal. Nope, Crystal, I'm going to mute you. You're muted currently, Crystal. Nobody can hear you. I don't know if Crystal can hear me. Crystal can hear me. She's still talking. Okay. Oh my God, the levels are going. Your mic is shit. Stop.
Yeah, you're having some
Okay.
mic problems there, Crystal.
Oh my fucking God.
In the Bible,
Jesus of Christ
in order to
land.
see the kingdom
No.
of heaven, you have to
No.
be a
I'm sorry, as a
No,
producer, I'm
yeah.
making an executive decision. Crystal's gone. If you can't have a mic that works to fucking talk, you can't do that. You can't.
Yeah, Crystal, nothing against you. We're sorry. Like your mic. I hope you go back and listen to this and hear what we were hearing there. But like that was awful. But let me tell you, just Crystal, real quick. If you're saying like we have what you were describing as different worldviews is what you were saying there. And yeah, sure. If you try to look for red cars, you'll see more red cars. But like at the end of the day, that doesn't mean that there's actually more red cars. It just means that's what you're looking for. And if you believe that there's a God, you're gonna try to like twist everything that you're seeing to find a God. That's the whole problem with what we call confirmation bias. We don't do those things as atheists. We try very hard to avoid those kinds of logical fallacies and biases. So I encourage you to call back with a better mic sometimes. We can actually talk about it. We'll see where that goes, or just watch more shows like this. There's only like $75 left before we have to pass the mic. Or pardon me, $85. I can do math. So instead, we're going to jump into Kevin, pronouns he, him, from Georgia. I think atheists also use the argument from incredulity. I disagree with you, Kevin, at least for me, but maybe for somebody else. Sure, Kevin, what's going on? You're on the line.
What's up, guys? I've been meaning to call you guys for like the past 2 or 3 months, and every time I'm either in the car or I'm doing something. So I appreciate you taking my call this late. Thank you. Number one.
Yeah, I'm glad you called in. You do know that the mic is going to get passed from host to host while we're talking, right? Just want to make sure you're on the same page with us.
That's okay. I think I'm more of like, sometimes I've seen arguments on there that I think maybe I'm not listening well enough, but I think I have more of a question more than an argument, but unless I disagree,
sure,
and I'm prepared to argue. But the one thing I get confused about a lot is I'll hear Matt say a lot of times, faith is the excuse we use, paraphrasing, for not having a good reason to believe something. And
yes,
where I get lost at is that argument for incredulity, if I'm saying it right. If I'm saying it wrong, I apologize. That's essentially saying because something is outside of my understanding or my imagination, I cannot make sense of it. I'm going to try to make sense of it by other means just because it's above me. I know I kind of butchered that, but that is essentially it, right?
Not really, no. And I can see Matt violently shaking his head. So I think he agrees with you, but I don't. Yeah, no, it's just saying that, like, when you don't have a reason, an actual evidence for a thing, you can just say, I want to believe it because I want to believe it and go on faith. Or you can,
That's you, Matt.
There we go. So, an argument from ignorance is when you say that something is true because it hasn't been shown to be false. An argument from personal incredulity is when you say that something's true because you can't imagine it being any other way. Those are both fallacies. Atheists aren't, there are probably strong atheists out there that absolutely will do that on occasion, or in some varieties. Maybe there are people advocating for a mythicist position or whatever else, but atheism at its minimum is not being convinced that a God exists. There is no argument and there can be no fallacy.
Okay, I follow that. So I guess my next question is, when we're talking about contradictions in the Bible or God, like if we're trying to make that logical argument, and I've seen you guys break that down a bunch of times, how, the Bible could say one thing, so God is supposed to be this, then how did that? Is that not doing the same thing as far as like it doesn't really follow with our logic or our realm of understanding? So because it does not, either it doesn't make sense or it can't be true. Can you tell me what's the difference between that or if I'm wrong, if I'm putting that together right, that makes sense?
You did not give an example that was remotely sensible for me to be able to analyze.
Okay, kind of like the Genesis story, the God made this first before he made that. And we're like, no, because you can't have this without that. Something like that. You know what I mean?
No. So in that case, for that particular thing, if someone is saying that they view Genesis as a literal description of the order of events, then we know that that is wrong, because the order of events listed in Genesis does not accurately map to the order of events that we know to be true. And so with those two in contradiction, either science is wrong about the order of events, or the Bible is wrong about the order of events. And all of the evidence supports science's order, and none of the evidence supports the biblical order. So there's no fallacy there. The issue is saying what your book says to be true is in direct conflict with what science says to be true. It's not a contradiction within the Bible. It's the contradiction between the Bible and science. It'd be like saying, if the Bible said diseases were not caused by germs, or if the Bible said that the earth was flat and that the sun went round it, which is certainly one way to interpret some passages in the Bible. But if it explicitly said it, we would be saying the Bible is clearly wrong. It is wrong about the order of events in Genesis, and it is wrong about countless other things, including whether or not bats are birds and et cetera.
Okay. So that I guess that clears that part up for me. The only other thing, when I hear like the design argument all the time on the show, my only question is, and to be honest with you, I'm a theist, but I don't subscribe to a particular God per se. I am convinced that I do think there was a beginning and somebody with a mind behind it, but I don't really fight over who, what necessary values. I don't get into that. I'm willing to say I do believe there is a meaning and someone with a start of it, but I'm not really concerned with the who and the what and the how. But
then what difference
because I do. Well, I have my opinion, but I'm not really concerned with, somebody that disagrees with that part of it. Of course, I'm concerned with the part of saying that, why do you believe that there's a creator? Sure, I'll go back and forth about that, but I'm talking about, I'm not going to say I think Muslim is right and Judaism is wrong, and that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to more get a grasp of this side of it, of if everything, like from the time that I wake up, when I walk out in the street. So tell me, because I know you've said a lot of times what I'm about to say is either an argument from ignorance or the one I just said. But I guess I need to actually talk to you guys to get an understanding of where I'm going wrong. If everything I do from the moment I wake up, from the time that I go to bed, if I had like a checklist of every single thing that I come in contact with that has some form of design or a designer, don't I have more proof and more evidence that the majority of the things that I've ever laid my eyes on have a designer? Granted, I've heard you say you can look at a video of somebody making a shoe. Whether you think somebody had a designer or not, you can type in the YouTube video, how to make a shoe, how to make a TV, how to make a car, and I can find that. And it just confirms what I would have already thought if I'd never known. I can't type in a video, how to make a universe. But is it ignorant to say I've got a gazillion examples of everything I see having creation? If I don't have an example of one or two things, am I really a fool for saying that still probably was created too?
Yes. It is fallacious for you to say, I see all of these other things that are designed, therefore it's reasonable for me to reach the conclusion the universe was designed too. That just doesn't follow. It's like saying, let me try and address this slightly differently. Do you know of anything that wasn't designed?
No, no.
So do you think every grain of sand was designed?
I feel like I'm biased if I answer that because I guess I would have to say yeah if I actually believe in what I say. So
and
yeah.
right down to every atom designed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's your justification for all that? Because when I talk about design, I recognize design by contrasting it with things that aren't designed. But you would therefore be in a world where everything is designed. So you have nothing to contrast anything with. You can't look at it and say, oh, it looks designed, because to you, everything looks designed. And with no example of something that's not designed, there's no way for you to contrast it. So all you're doing then is just claiming with no evidence that everything is designed.
So basically you're saying I have a lens of trying to make sense of that design. So I'm not even going to look at it in a way of that it could not have been. Is that what you're saying?
It's not even a matter of reaching the conclusion that it wasn't. Even if you tried to do that, you'd be shifting the burden of proof. You have a bias towards everything being designed. So there's nothing is there anything I could ever show you that to prove something wasn't designed?
If I guess if I was being absolutely honest and I tried to take my bias out of it and I couldn't, just like I said, you couldn't show me anything physical that I could just go look up a how-to video. But if you said clouds are not designed, I can't prove you wrong. So I can have an opinion, but I can't prove you wrong that they're not designed.
No, this is what's happening. I asked a very straightforward question for a reason, and now we're dancing around something else. Is there anything I could show you that would convince you that it wasn't designed? What would something that's not designed look like to you?
I don't even know. I don't know.
Yeah. And so what you have is a completely unfalsifiable assertion. Until you come up with something that we can do to demonstrate something that's not designed to you, then you are, by definition, closed-minded. And there's no point in having a conversation about that. We might have conversations about other things, but I'm sitting here looking at the world and saying the default position should be that no individual thing can reasonably be determined to be designed. There has to be evidence for design. And the way we recognize design is by contrasting it with what occurs naturally. And the example that I've used many times is if you come across a creek that is dammed up with sticks and mud, how do you know if it was a beaver dam or if it just occurred naturally? But in your world, you would say both of those were designed. Nothing happens that isn't designed. In your world, there's some God that when he created the entire universe, specifically picked that bundle of sticks and mud and every atom in there to be in that exact position. And so that's just as designed as the beaver dam. You have no mechanism with which to understand anything about reality when you get to that point. I have the ability to contrast those things which occur naturally versus those things that don't occur naturally. And this breaks down, just to put a bow on it before somebody chips in enough that I have to stop talking. This breaks down at the level of the universe because I don't have any other universes I can investigate. So I don't know what an undesigned universe looks like. I don't know what a designed universe looks like. And because I have no way of comparing those, and this is the only universe I have, anyone who says the universe is designed either has to present a burden of proof or a justification for it, or just say, I'm just convinced. And the same is true for those who would assert that it can be confident that it was undesigned. The difference is that the burden of proof rests on either positive claim, but the default position, the sort of null hypothesis that we have to operate by, is that we don't get to assume design. That doesn't mean we get to conclude that it's undesigned. Just like we don't get to assume guilt, but that doesn't mean we get to assume innocence. There's a presumption of innocence until guilt is demonstrated, but it's not a conclusion of innocence. Anyway, that's a lot right there. So,
To believe it or not, it was extremely thought provoking, and honestly, it makes me want to just throw out the one thing that and this is honestly the last thing that I wanted to go to. We're on the same topic, but what honestly just makes me uncomfortable, and if you can break this down too, I really want to hear what you have to say, is it has just frustrated me that when I have a preconceived notion about a person or maybe the outcome of a football game or anything, I feel like every one of us have preconceived notions or our own thoughts or opinions without full-fledged evidence. It's kind of like that guy that probably beats his wife, but you've never seen him do it, but you just have this idea of like, yeah, he probably kicks her ass behind closed doors, but I've never seen him do it, but it just seems like the problem I have is I think we all have preconceived notions about different things, but I feel like when it comes to design or God, I think which I guess is fair. I'm not blaming anybody. I think we jump off those preconceived notions really quick. But the frustrating part is I don't like being looked at as
Kevin, okay. I'm going to wrap this with you pretty quick, but because I like the directions you all were going, but I actually, I don't want this to sound critical of Matt. I think this could have been shut down way faster because literally from the beginning, Kevin, if your definition of when things are a fallacy were, then everything would be or wouldn't be. And what I mean by that is if magic is in the equation, then what is fallacious? So if you say to me, or if I claim to you, I drank 50 gallons of Gatorade 5 minutes ago, and you go, I cannot imagine that. That's impossible. There's no way. And I go, well, but what about magic? You forgot about magic. Therefore, argument from incredulity. There's no meaningful definition of these fallacies the way that you're applying them, where we're talking about real life, real evidence, real material things. So we either evaluate the universe as it actually appears to be, or we start invoking magical explanations, which the God would be. And so even in the case where you're like, what about, the person who's gotten abused, you're pretty sure they're abusing. It's not because you can't imagine that a guy wouldn't be abusing his wife. Hopefully it's because you have some other sort of evidence to go with it. And it isn't just you fallaciously making up that it must be happening. And that's the difference between a skeptic and a religious-minded person. And it's not a lack of imagination. In fact, I can imagine much greater, cooler gods than the God of the Bible. I do think my brain sort of went multiple places. I've been doing origami while you're talking, but we are now on my turn, and I have some other things I want to announce. So if you want to very quickly make any objection to what I just said, I'll address it. But otherwise, this sort of it's basically like a contest in pedantry. Well, if I add magic to it, even then now everything is a confirmation bias or nothing is. You can go either direction and defend. With literally every fallacy after fallacy, if magic is an option, everything is fallacious and simultaneously not fallacious. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm not gonna take up too much more of you guys' time. I was only trying to say I feel picked on, not like literally, like I'm not bothered, but I just feel picked on sometimes when the design argument comes in, when you have these preconceived notions or biases. But I just feel like that is the case with like every human with other things. But I feel like when it's that topic of God or the creator of the universe, it's kind of putting it under a microscope a lot harder. Not that that's wrong. I'm saying I just feel like we do the same things with every other thing in our daily life. So I feel picked on as far as the process of having that preconceived notion, but we have those same preconceived notions every day. That's all I was saying. That the part that made me uncomfortable is I just choose it to do. I may do it with this topic, and you don't, but you'll do it tomorrow with you thinking that if you consider a restaurant to be good or not, you haven't eaten the food.
Totally
but
different.
You have your own.
You're talking about things subjectivity versus objectivity. My subjective opinion, whether a restaurant is good or not, does not speak to whether or not it is good to the universe. By the way, we are up to all three mics again, but those aren't remotely comparable. And And why you might feel picked on is trying to essentially go, this thing which is arbitrarily done, that is, there's no escaping biases and people have subjective opinions, is the same as when I feel bad that my magical explanations are not given as much credence as even something like whether or not I think a restaurant is, there's no such thing as a restaurant being objectively good or bad, by the way.
Okay. I understand. I mean, you guys are giving me a good bulk of time there, so I appreciate it.
Thanks, Kevin. By the
Take
way,
care.
you sound like Ron Funchins, and I really like that. I don't know. That's a comedian that I like. By the way, everybody, we passed $15,000. Holy heck! What a wild and crazy time. Now, I will say, am I a little offended? A little, because somebody, Mr. Zoltak, paid $250 to get the mic pushed over to me, and then immediately donations started rolling in, as though it was like, let's get the mic off of Jimmy as fast as possible. In a way, it's making me a better dollar raiser and Matt a worse one, because y'all are like listening when Matt talks, and then when I'm talking, you're like, oh, fuck, send the cash, move the mic.
Yeah, I feel like it's fastest with you, second fastest with me, and people actually give a shit about what Matt's saying. I think that's what it is.
I think they're trying to challenge Matt to read the Bible again. There might be a little bit of that,
That's
too.
what it is. I love the
Call his
voices
bluff.
he was doing. I love how you can also tell very clearly that he is playing chess right now.
I can see it in his eyes.
I
can
didn't
see
expect
in
it
your
to get back
eyes.
so quick.
You are playing on chess.com. Yeah, me neither. Thanks. Rub it in. All right, here's the challenge I have going out. I'm going to write down and keep track of it. Every time somebody donates a sum amount, a total amount. So this is trying to encourage some bigger donations, and I have to explain how it's going to go. So if I haven't finished the explanation by the time I lose the mic, it will have to start after next time. After everybody, I'll write down how many we have to do. Anybody who donates, I'm going to make it $150 or more. That is going to unlock a shirt giveaway. But I noticed something. Matt, myself, and Forrest all have shirts in the merch store. So here's how it's going to work. If you donate that $150 while one of us is speaking, so you donate it while Forrest is speaking, I'm going to give away one of Forrest's shirts. You donate it while Matt is speaking, I'm going to give away one of Matt's shirts. And if you donate it while I'm speaking, I'm going to give away one of my shirts. So if you don't know the shirts, his is the Forrest is the Never Have a Bad Day. I don't have it on right now. If one of you has it within a hand's reach, you can. This is actually Matt's shirt, because I still owe him several more wears from our birthday competition, and my shirt is the one I'm wearing underneath, which is the Unafraid of Daddy, Magical or Otherwise. So anytime somebody donates
closer and closer, showing that belly button.
Well, it's not going to happen. Anytime somebody donates $150 or more in a single donation, whoever's turn it is will get one. If it's while it's the three of us, we'll make it just at random. I'll pick at random. Now, as far as giving it away goes,
$50 or more, Jimmy will show you his belly button, because
that's not true. So don't do that.
And he's just looking for a reason.
The way the giveaway works, because we cannot make it, we're not going to give it to the person who donates. We actually can't do giveaways like that, but I can do it like this, where I can open up some number of lines, which, by the way, I'm gonna remove some of these. Basically, at the end of the show, once we're done with calls,
chat saying show that button. It's great.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen.
8 callers.
Yeah, and so we gotta also move through them faster. But at the end of the show, once we're done with all of this, we're probably going to about 9. We'll do the giveaway last. And basically, I'm going to open up lines. I will have a random number generator pick which call, and then it will be that call. So I will go in order. If I'm going to be writing down who was talking when it happens. This to encourage a more rapid passing of the mic and creating more chaos, but also a little incentive. And by the way, just so you know, it's me who's going to lose the money on that. So if that makes anybody feel any better too, we don't take out expenses from the way we pay people here at the line and stuff. So as far as the merch deductions go, just out of my pocket. If people want to just bankrupt me, there you go.
Jimmy, you have a stopwatch?
I love how many people clearly watch the podcast because they're chanting "show that button," and I love it.
Show that button. What did you say?
Have you got a stopwatch ready?
I can do a stopwatch.
Tell me when you're ready to push start.
I will. I accidentally just Googled clock on Safari, but I meant to open the clock app. And stopwatch. Oh, I've had one running for the last 676 hours. Let me reset that. All right. You let me know when to hit start.
And go.
Okay.
James in New York City is a theist calling in. Pronouns are he, him, and he says, everyone appeals to God under immense pressure. Is this basically like atheists in a no atheists in a foxhole thing, James? Because that's not true, and they don't do it. And it wouldn't do anything to demonstrate that a God exists, would it? I hear you just fine. I don't know why you're trying to talk over me. I'm specifically saying your thing is that everyone appeals to God under immense pressure, and I'm saying no, they don't, and it wouldn't prove that God exists anyway, would it?
Well, yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I wouldn't say
cool.
It's
That's
not
it.
necessarily
Goodbye.
God.
It should have been faster if you didn't have a microphone that sounded like shit and try to interrupt me. I thought I could get it done in less than 30 seconds. Did I?
Yeah, 38. It was close. It was 38 seconds. What a dumb thing to say. Funny that calling into our show, because Matt and I have both faced our mortality. And I can't speak for Matt, but I sure as fuck did not turn back to God, even though I had been worried for years that if I was truly in that desperate spot, that somehow my brain would revert back to that programming. And it turned out to be laughable when it happened.
Yeah. I had a triple bypass. I had a triple bypass, and I can tell you that, and Arden will vouch for it, while neither of them know exactly what was going on in my head, my brother and Arden were significantly more worried than I was, and there's no chance in hell that I reached out to any fucking God as they wheeled me in and put me out in order to crack my chest open and put new arteries and veins on my heart while it was beating. Not the slightest, nothing. So you're just wrong.
And what's funny about that is now, even though I've heard Forrest try to say something a few times, I'm once again talking, even though his mic is open, to almost encourage people to donate so he can actually talk again. But yet, very similarly,
I didn't want to interrupt because you guys were saying
Jimmy and I could just talk and make sure that Forrest doesn't get a chance to talk at all. It's really easy. There's three guys that won't shut up. Actually, it's just three guys who cannot shut up and not just won't shut up.
People either need to donate.
If at this point you aren't donating just for relief, I don't know what else we could even be doing at this point. And so what I
just wanted to point out that while you guys are talking about invisible
like they're
ink,
accusing us of lying
about
it, and I will tell you, I don't think that
reminded me that I have some invisible
should do
ink
it
in my
to
closet.
Theist also.
I just texted her back like, it wouldn't work.
If I were just to run around to Theist
and
just
didn't even respond to that. She's like, you have this
you don't really believe there's a God. You don't really believe that there's a God. You expect me to extend to you the courtesy that you actually believe the things that you say you believe, and yet you don't want to extend the courtesy to us where you're going, no, internally you really do believe. It's this wildly Hippocratic. That's what doctors have. They do the Hippocratic oath, not the.
You make this a little more chaotic.
Both better and worse at the same time.
And there's a way to end this. There's a way to end how horrible this thing is right now. You could be donating $1, $2, $5.
Hey, Michael in Texas, pronouns are they them says, why does it matter if something's not falsifiable? And the thing is, if it's not falsifiable, then it's not testable, and you can't ever have confidence that it's true. Thanks for calling. Go look up Google falsifiability.
I hear that.
We didn't really want to talk to you.
It was so.
We didn't really want to talk to you and define falsifiability when you can just Google it. Plus, we're so busy having each other talk over each other, just like this, the whole time, just trying to see if we can get donations.
This is what the show needs to be. It's just all of us doing this the whole time.
The whole thing of not caring if it's falsified. Oh, I thought everyone was going to talk. The whole thing with it.
Well, I was just making sure that the numbers weren't going down, because if people just tune out, they don't have to pay to get us to shut up if they tune out.
It's kind of like healthcare. If people are like, why should I care about somebody else's healthcare? And I'm like, well,
I just gave my final
I can't explain it to you if you don't get it, but I care about other people being healthy because I want to be healthy and in a civilization, a society of humans that take care of me if I need it. But also, I know that society at large benefits the more there are healthy people.
Hey, Jimmy, I have
a suggestion on complex traits.
Yeah. Go ahead, Matt.
I have a suggestion. Here's Nick, who's a recovering from religion volunteer, who wants to tell how they've helped Nick. And maybe, since they're not going to pay to just shut us up evidently right now,
Yeah,
maybe
they're liking it too much.
Nick can actually inspire them by talking about the good things regarding recovering from religion, which is the whole reason that we're doing this fundraiser night. Right now, all three of us have the golden mic. It's shifting every $215, and it comes back to all three of us when we hit 1,000. But Nick is calling from Washington. Nick, welcome to the show. Tell everybody what being an RFR volunteer has meant to you, why they should donate, and then we'll see if they can shut us all up.
Absolutely. And guys, that was fantastic jazz performance that you guys just did. I love it.
That's what we call a fast forward moment on YouTube, as people will be fast forwarding.
I'm a huge fan of both of you. Jimmy, go fuck yourself.
There you go.
I recently signed up for RFR, and I'm going through support group leader training. And as part of training to be a support group leader, you actually attend support groups and participate. Now, I had congratulated myself by thinking I was completely over all of, any religious trauma I'd had by, participating in various forms of Christianity for, many, many years, decades. I'm 61 now. And as I went through these support groups and started telling my story, it brought me to tears. And I began to realize that even though I kind of just dipped my toe in all these various types of Christianity, and I didn't think I really ever believed, I was really confused. And as I tell my story, I feel myself start to let go of stuff that I didn't even know I was carrying. And so I just want to say, just this small touch point that I've had with RFR has just been hugely impactful for me. And I see people in these groups who have legitimate religious trauma from, strong indoctrination. And I just see the impact it has on their lives. And I just want to see us be able to extend that impact to more and more and more people. So please do give and help and volunteer at anything you can do to help this wonderful organization.
If you guys don't donate right now, you're basically saying Nick is a worthless liar who's volunteering for a terrible organization.
Yep.
Why would you guys want to do that? Why do you hate our troops?
Truth.
I can personally attack for every person who doesn't donate right now. I also want to just drop a little truth bomb here and say I am from rural Washington, but I'm actually right now calling to you from, believe it or not, Marfa, where I came to photograph pronghorns, and I'm going to be in Austin all next week.
Hell yeah!
Awesome. Well, I will also be in Austin next week.
I was just saying, I'm not about to invite you to hang out if that was like a little soft nudge. I don't really hang out, but I appreciate your candor. Hey, Nick, I'm curious about did you know that RFR existed when you initially deconstructed or deconverted, or was this something that was revealed to you later?
That's an interesting question, because I would say I was sort of an agnostic, kind of hanging on when I started watching show whose name shall not be mentioned here. And really, Matt, you have the credit. You get the credit for turning me into an actual atheist. So I would say that I was discovering RFR about the same time that I was doing that final deconstruction.
And how long after you started that deconstruction did you start engaging RFR? How much time was there between?
4 or 5 years, I'd say. Because I'd say I started listening to these call-in shows probably during the pandemic. And it was only a couple months ago that I engaged with RFR.
I got you. Yeah, 4 or 5 years. It started a couple months ago. Let me ask you, how big of a difference do you think it would have made if you had actually been able to start engaging them right away versus 4 or 5 years?
I don't know. My journey out of religion was so slow and gradual. And the last couple of churches that I participated in, I can say now, looking back, I was not convinced there was a God. So I was mostly deconstructed. I was mostly using it for its social benefit.
what I'm asking you is, if there was a spot where you were able to years ago start engaging because you now weren't as afraid of losing community, losing routine, losing foundation, structure, all that kind of stuff that you feel like you were getting out of religion, do you think that would have made a big difference in your development and your growth after? Would things have happened faster? Would things that were distressing be? Maybe you had a soft leave from religion. I don't know. I didn't. I did not softly lose my religion at all. But do you think it would have made a difference? And as somebody who's training as a person like this, do you think it would make a big difference for people who are coming out of more fundamentalist religion, some of that more intense, hard, shitty stuff?
I do. I think that it would have helped me immensely.
All right, it's you and Forrest now.
Hello. It's
Forrest.
just me, and there's someone in the chat who clearly fucking hasn't watched this show before. Anyway, what's going on? Yeah, you're everything you're saying is fucking touching and beautiful and important. And I think it's great, and I think more people need to hear it. Because like this, it's an amazing organization. They do amazing work, and I fucking really genuinely want to take a second to thank you for everything that you've been doing to try to help people out, because that's fucking huge, yo.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope I can touch a lot of people in the community that I'm in. We recently moved from the Seattle area to a red county, and I know there's a lot of people there who need help. They don't have an RFR chapter there yet. And so if I start a local support group, I really, really hope it will help people.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. If it's cool with you, man, I've got the mic, and I want to bother Jimmy and Matt as much as I can. So I'm going to jump over to a Theist caller. Is that okay with you?
That is absolutely okay. I fully expect that, and I didn't even think I would be on this long. So thanks a lot for,
it's okay.
for letting me on.
I just didn't want you to think that I was just fucking done with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, Nick, what a loser. We're gonna lose
son of a bitch. Nick, you're awesome. Thank you so much for everything you do, and thank you so much for encouraging people to donate to this thing, because it's really fucking special what we're able to pull off.
Thank you, Forrest. And Jimmy over there, just go fuck yourself, man.
Go fuck him, man. For real. Take care, Nick. Bye-bye.
Bye.
What a nice dude. There's only a little bit of time left for me while I have the mic, because, again, whenever I'm only on and whenever Jimmy's only on, donations go up. Fuck all of you. I do want to say, though, to the person in chat who said, I don't have balls, so where does my pee come from? Does it come from my ovaries? I laughed a lot at that, and it looked like I was laughing at Nick, and I promise I wasn't, but that shit was hysterical. We're going to move on to Crystal, who called back, hopefully with a better mic. Crystal from Alberta wants to present a case for God, and when we last talked, it was look at the trees. Crystal, you're back on the line. Do you want to try again?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Hopefully so. You turned into a robot for a minute, but I hope that it works out.
Well, that's because we had an ambulance pull up here. Anyways.
Oh,
and
gotcha.
Anyways, so yeah, as I was saying, I when I called in for the second time, I'm listening to your chat again, and yeah, you know, the sun in the sky. How could anybody say that is made by design?
So we know actually how stars form, and it's just gravity, and we know how the planets are floating around it. It's a function of the shape of space. It all has to do with, you know, relativity, but with heavy objects bending space time. But really, it's just gravity, yo. So like, you don't need design for that. You just need gravity for the exact same reason that this pen falls at 9.81 meters per second squared whenever I drop it. The sun is able to form, and planets are able to form, and things are able to orbit. Like, you don't need a god for any of that.
Well, you do need a god to open your eyes up at birth. You do need a doctor. You do need some sort of feature.
You have muscles like levator palpebrae superioris and orbicularis oculi and things like that open your eyes for you. See, this is the thing, Crystal, is that I don't mean to be condescending, but like, this was what, like, I believe it was.
Oh, you're not being condescending at all.
Right, I believe it was Laplace, who was a famous physicist in France, and when Napoleon told him, like, hey, you've done so much work to explain the physics of the universe, but you never once mentioned God. Why is that? Laplace famously said, I have no need for that hypothesis. Everything that we know about the universe works just fine without a God.
On the Earth somehow. Even
He came from his
Napoleon had
parents.
to be formed out of
He
clay
came from his
somehow.
parents. Yeah, he came from his parents, just like I did. I came from mine.
It's Matt.
Oh, but God,
Pass the
that
mic.
means
Oh, it's
God
Matt.
would have had to have come from a parent. Which God, if he's formless, how does he come from a parent?
I don't know, Crystal. You're the one that's pretending to believe in and advocate for a God. Why don't you tell me?
Well, see, the wind, you cannot see it blowing.
Crystal, I just accused
In
you
the
of pretending
air.
to believe in a God and asked
Gravity,
you to defend the
you
God. I
cannot
just asked you to
see.
defend the God that you're pretending to believe in, and you didn't even balk at it. You just went to you can't see, you can't see. Are you like recording this for a show or something?
No, I'm not scripted at all. I'm not scripted at all. I'm scripted by truth. I'm scripted by the movies I watch on TV, the idols that I was told not to worship. You know those old famous war ships, hey? Like the ships that sail on the sea, the Navy SEALs. I'm not how do you say it? Or I'm not doctrined by any of those people, right? I have my own mind. I have my own body, which I believe God gave me.
Tell me more about what you believe
I
about
believe
God.
that, God provided the earth kings, that he did not, somebody had to have named lords back then, right? So King Charlie, for instance, he would have had to have dubbed somebody as Lord this, Lord that, Duchess this, Duchess that, Queen of this, Queen of that.
Yeah.
Just like playing cards, right? You have the King of Spades, you have the Queen of Hearts, you have the Ace of Diamonds.
Yeah. I have all 52 cards in my deck. How many have you got?
Oh, I have 51, and I'm counting cards with Captain Kangaroo every day.
Oh my gosh.
Flowers on the wall.
Captain Kangaroo. That's Bob Keeshan. I love Captain Kangaroo.
Yeah, it was a really great show back in its day, just like the class of 59 that had its dreams. You had Bob, you had Mary still on welfare, you had a bunch of mental health problems, and nobody can explain who got the first law degree in the global world.
I know.
You can't explain how... You
nobody
can't
can
explain
explain
how
that.
Abraham became Abe Lincoln. Nobody can explain.
I remember on my lunchbox when it talked about Abraham becoming Abe Lincoln. I couldn't explain it then. I still can't.
Nobody can explain how the first army man got put on the earth, how the first army man got put on the earth, how the first teardrop fell, how anything can happen. Why have they got historical facts wrong? Why are they hiding it? Like the Guns N' Roses song said, is the war all in people's heads?
And how do we figure out what the truth is?
How do we figure out what the truth is? We get the times right. We pray. Yeah. We ask God for guidance. Or we ask a higher power what we believe in. We ask maybe pray to Jesus.
What if I ask a higher power, but I don't actually believe in one? Like, if I don't believe in a higher power, what should I ask?
Well, I don't know. Maybe ask the void space that you believe in.
Okay, but if I don't get an
answer... Because one day, it even writes it in the Bible, one day the world will end. It doesn't say which day it will be.
You're right. It
doesn't say who is going to see the resurrection. It doesn't say there's no proof of who actually saw the resurrection. There's proof of who saw Hiroshima, who saw Nagasaki, who saw this one, who saw the atomic bomb go down, but there's no proof of, the resurrection itself. Why is that? Has anybody got an answer to that? Probably not. The war started in 1914. Or was it started in 1941? You know that good old song, in May of 1941, the war had just begun. The Germans had the biggest ship that had the biggest guns. And then we talk about the book, the Murder in Room
I wanted you to
114.
keep going. I really wanted you to keep going with that song. I haven't heard it in ages.
Oh yeah, I enjoy this. I enjoy this. I'm in my element when I'm talking about, God, right? Because, God has a bunch of different names that mankind has named him. Like they have Muhammad, and then you have real men trying to say, I'm God, and they're playing Jesus on the internet. You have Christopher Columbus writing songs, Sunday morning coming down. Okay, so what you were on a big
that
trunk,
wasn't Christopher Columbus.
and you went to Popeye's Chicken? Popeye the Sailor Man?
Sunday
I
morning
gotta love
coming down
Popeye the
wasn't-
Sailor Man, hey?
I'm sorry, Crystal, but that's just wrong.
I think I'm 100% right. I think history has it wrong. I think there's some very horrible historians out there in all of history.
Crystal, you're definitely not 100% right. It wasn't Christopher Columbus that wrote Sunday Morning Coming Down. It was Chris Christopherson. Other than that, you were right on the money. But, thanks for hanging up. All right. Well, since you guys, I'm actually like legitimately torn right there because there was a moment in that call where I needed to stick the bit and let her keep talking in the hopes that somebody would donate to pass it along. And then there was a moment in that call where I realized that call should not be continuing for a number of reasons. And so I'm glad that Crystal decided to state her piece and move along. And on that note, sure. I just put a call live for Jimmy.
Did I? Okay. Hey. John, we'll be back to you in a moment. I've got some things to say. Okay, a couple things. First of all, one, Crystal, the person who just called, I don't think is necessary. Well, what the line for crazy is. As she started talking more and more, I believe that Crystal may belong to a special Canadian sect of QAnonism, who are all led by a person who calls themselves the Queen of Canada. It was starting to sound very much like that little culty group, and I was going to get on and ask her what the name Romana Didulo means to her, because I was hoping to just get a reaction. My other question was going to be, who's laughing in the background? Because we kept hearing laughter in the background, especially when she would say especially silly things. And so I understand the reluctance and the worry. However, I would say that there were multiple elements that makes me more think. But I will tell you, I was trying to end the call in a way as well to try and get just those questions out and move on. But I was trying to end the call by antagonizing the chat, Chat, it's your fault it went on so long. Fuck you all for not donating. Okay, I'm going to answer this call in a moment, but we've decided to do something a little bit fun. Here is the way it's going to work. We're going to, okay, first of all, 2 people donated $150, both while Forrest was going. So at the end of the show, we will do a call-in giveaway, random number generator to pick which call it's going to be. I'll open some number of lines, and we will be giving away 2 of Forrest's shirts, and that's what we'll do at the end. Second, we are now, and that's still ongoing. If we get more $150, no matter who's talking, if it's my turn, if it's Matt's turn, we will give away the corresponding shirt. Anytime somebody donates $150, we'll do a giveaway for that shirt. So far we're up to 2. From this moment forward, at $15,838, until we hit $17,500, which is our halfway goal. So that's what, less than $2,000. That's $1,682 or $62. $1,662. We will start passing the mic every $100. Every $100, we're going to start passing the mic. So we'll just say next time that we hit, I'm going to finish out my $250 turn. And so that would be at 16,000. When we hit $16,000, I stop. And then we go to $100. We don't do the combo thing anymore. When we hit 17.5, the only thing that will happen for the rest of the show, Forrest and Matt will go mute, and I will do the giveaways, and then we're done. That's the end of the show, but we're going to try and make this as chaotic as possible by passing the mic every $100 starting at 16,000. And again, if anybody wants a free, for us to do a free giveaway of the Unafraid of Daddy magical or otherwise shirt, you should donate 150 while it's my turn. The 150 is even funnier because that's going to move that $100 thing even more. Might fuck over somebody. Anyway, if you want one of Forrest shirts to be given away, 150 while he's talking, Matt. And by the way, I'm wearing a combination of both Matt's shirt and my shirt at the moment, so you can get either shirt. Right. Well, you can potentially win. It'll be open to everybody doing that call-in thing. Yes, we will give Daryl Ray a wrench, and I will go ahead and unmute this. John in the Caribbean, go ahead. We'll probably make this one a little bit quick because it's more of a TACIS style call. We want to focus on the normal stuff, but go ahead and talk to us, John.
Well, yeah, I was just calling to say thank you guys for the work you do. Jimmy, you are one of the people that helped me find the information against being a Mormon in the first place. So fuck you, I'm an atheist now.
I'm sure that means a lot to him. He can't respond to you.
Bio stuff that you.
I don't know why it moved.
150 came in, right?
Oh, there.
Yeah, but it's per $100, so it should be on Forrest still until. Oh, now it's Matt.
Yep.
That's perfect. Well, Forrest. Thank you for all the biochemistry stuff that you do.
You can't say anything back.
Matt, I only start listening to you recently, and I can't deny you have been helping me, throughout
that's
this
so good.
period of my life right now.
Thank you so much for saying so.
Yeah.
Did you tell Jimmy to fuck off?
The topic of what I wanted to say, I watched one of the previous lives that you had with Forrest, and somebody had come on with attack helicopter as their pronoun. And it was very different for us in the Caribbean because for me and my non-binary friends, we saw it as a positive thing and we used it as a joke amongst each other. I personally used to use the pronoun slime instead of anything else. So attack helicopter, seeing it be so negative, I'm glad that I saw that video before I met you in person because that could have been a very, very different interaction. So thank you for all the work you guys do. I wish I could have, donated, but Google doesn't like the Caribbean for some reason.
That's all right.
And I don't have an international account yet. So thank you all and have a nice one.
Thanks, man. And the next time I'm in the Caribbean, you can just buy me a drink. I'm gonna take this one because I'm live right now, and someone, Yeshua from New York City, is a theist, pronouns are he, him, who has a question for me, which is, I don't understand the question, but it says, why do you break with progressive orthodoxy on the issue of Gaza? So,
yeah.
What do you mean, Yeshua?
If you don't mind, I just need to go turn off my sync really quick. I'll be back in like 5 seconds. My sync is running right now.
Nah.
Please?
No.
Just give me 5 seconds.
No.
My water is running. I need to go then because my water.
Okay, I'll put you back in the queue, and when you learn how call-in shows work, where you don't just leave a sync running, and before you call in to ask me why I'm breaking with progressive orthodoxy, by the time you get back from fixing your sync, maybe the chat will have donated and moved it on to somebody else because there's only like $40 left until they got to move it. In which case, I guess if you really want to ask me, you can just kind of sit on hold. I don't know who leaves the sync running. Maybe he was thawing some meat out or something. Who knows? But we'll just let whoever the next host is decide whether or not they want to take your call. And then if people really want to hear my response to your question, they can donate to get it back around to me, which I think is a wonderful way to do it. In the meantime, we'll Chewy in Texas, Ronzer he him. You have a question for us. Welcome to the show. Uh-oh. I don't know if I've broken everything. Did I break Chewy? Let me put you back in the queue. Let me test because this one was actually working. Yeshua, are you there?
I am, and I turned off my sync.
Cool.
Yeah, no.
No, I said it. I said I wasn't actually going to take yours. I was going to wait and let the list. I was just using you to check my mic and stuff and make sure my mic is working. At this point, Chris in Texas, Roger Ham, you're on the live recovering from religion, and I'm no longer speaking. Go ahead, Jimmy. Oh no, it's still there. It's still at 185. Cool. I'm still here. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Matt. Hey, Forrest. Hey, Jimmy. Yeah, so the with current news going on regarding Trump and immunity and all that, and the fact that the Supreme Court even thinks there's an argument there to even have, I'm wondering, how do we go about fixing the Supreme Court, and how do we hold the justices accountable? And also, why don't we televise the Supreme Court hearings as, we do with Congress?
Supreme Court hearings aren't televised because the Supreme Court doesn't want to televise them. It's entirely up to the Chief Justice to decide whether or not he's going to do that. That's my understanding, and he doesn't. And I can't say that I blame him, given how all the various issues with televised stuff anyway. But they're already streaming the audio out, so you can actually hear what's going on there. How do we fix it? We fix it first of all by voting.
Pass it, and
then
all
expanding.
the way through, past to Forrest.
It's back to me. Fucking vote, yo, and get a better president. One who isn't a megalomaniacal fucking loser, and the other one who isn't a genocidal nutcase who will do anything to keep the votes of evangelical Christians. That's what I would say. But I'm going to move on to a different thing. Is that okay?
Forrest, could I just tell you one thing real quick? I actually read an article today, and it's titled "Wild Orangutan Uses Medicinal Plant to Treat Wounds, Scientists Say." I thought that was super cool, and I wanted to know if you had any thoughts. Yeah,
it's not
cool.
unique at all for great apes, and it is just kind of showing how this shit works, that humans aren't that fucking special. Anyway, we're passing the mic real fast, and I'm almost out of time already, so I'm going to jump on to the next
No worries, sorry. Thanks, Forrest.
Goodbye, Chris. See ya. We're going to go on to Brian, who's calling back from New York, who says Israel's war is a fulfillment of Bible prophecy. He called in earlier to say that it was proof of the end times. Hey, Brian, why hasn't it been proof of the Bible for the last 75 years of conflict? And why does your God need like over 34,000 civilians to die in order to decide to come back? What's up with that? Brian, you there? Oh, come on. You've called in like twice. Don't tell me you're going to come completely like chicken out now whenever you're on the phone. Oh, Brian hung up. What a sad time for Brian. Turns out that the death of 13,000 children isn't a super great reason for Brian to like defend his God. Fucking weird, right? We've got a little bit of time left while I'm still on the line. We're going to go to Yeshua. Fuck it. Yeshua, you're back now with me because I decided to take the call.
Yeah.
What's progressive orthodoxy?
Well, okay, this is really great timing because Matt doesn't seem to care much about those 13,000 kids. Because I think he doesn't care much.
Strongly disagree, but tell me what it is before you try to go on about other shit. What exactly are you talking about?
Progressive orthodoxy is the religion that you guys follow. It's social justice.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, it's a religion. It has heresy. It has an orthodoxy. There's you get kicked out of the religion if you're bad. If you're a bad boy.
So what you're sounding like is you're just saying that anything where people follow like a system of like universal principles equals religion, when what we're actually doing is just saying, here's the way that we think people should be treated. Here's our secular humanist philosophies, and we're applying that to the way that we live our lives. And you're just saying, no, that's religion. And that's a really weird thing to do, man. What you're just talking about is the way that we see the world.
Well, why don't you, maybe I'll call it a cult. Will that make you happier? A progressive cult?
No, it's still just a condescending, stupid way to behave. Tell you what,
I mean, you guys are equally
is what we're saying wrong? Is what we're saying like in any way incorrect? So when we talk about secular humanism, when we talk about like equal rights for everybody, is that wrong because you think it's a religious position for us to believe in equal rights for everybody?
I think that's an opinion, and I think you guys are making it into an orthodoxy when you have this set list of opinions that you need to to fit into to be a good progressive. So
no, it's not to be a good progressive. It's to be a good person. If you don't believe that
there
all
you-
human
that's-
beings are
and there's
equal,
your orthodoxy
then you're
again. You're
not
going-
a good
Man,
person.
you need to stop. You need to stop going back into your orthodoxy. Right now, you're talking to someone who's outside of the bubble, so I don't confirm to the progressive orthodoxy. So that's
you
why we're not
don't
saying
think that all people are equal? You don't think that all people should
do.
be equal?
No, I do. I think all people are an image of God.
Okay, so then you're either part of our religion, or you could just say you're in that way a good person because you think that all people are equal, which is a good thing to believe.
Yes.
Right. So what we are talking about here is a set of morals and values, and we don't associate with people who do things that we think are immoral or like societally harmful. That's just being a decent human being. You're trying to put this religious spin on it in order to try to discredit it and speak down to us, which is really fucking dumb.
You do associate with people who you think who don't fit into orthodoxy though, because you stand up for the Gazans, who are obviously not progressives. So
For the
explain
who?
that. The Gazans.
The who's?
The
Gazans.
Palestinians. Yeah.
I stand up for the Palestinians even though they're not progressive. I stand up for the Palestinians because they're innocent human beings. Whether or not they believe in like what I personally like doesn't mean that they should be killed because of where they were born.
Okay,
See, the whole thing
I
about
agree.
equal
And
rights
so-
for everybody applies to everybody, even people that I may not religiously or
Okay.
philosophically agree with. That's part of
Okay.
that whole
So,
being a
and
good person thing.
I know you're not Matt, and I know you don't want to speak for Matt, but the reason why I called is just,
Well, no,
it's
you are
interesting
talking to me, and you're going to talk to Matt whenever somebody donates $40.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
like,
well,
you can address what I'm saying.
I'll talk to you. I'll directly address you then. Why do you not because Matt, I know Matt does not agree with you on the issue of Palestine because he does not like Muslims. So and I know he has said this back in his New Atheist days, he does not like Muslims more than any other religion, and he has said a lot of bad
I
shit
think
about
Matt doesn't
Palestinians.
I think Matt doesn't like Islam, just as I don't like Islam. See, this is why I don't use the word Islamophobic as much as I kind of stopped using that word because I'm very much against like Arab phobia or Muslim phobia because Arabs and Muslims are just human beings. But Islamophobia, fuck Islam. I don't have an issue with that word. So like for me, I'm very anti-Islam, the same reason I'm very anti-Christianity and very anti every other religion. I'm not anti-Muslim for the same reason I'm not anti-Christian. And I think Matt would probably agree with everything that I just said. If you want to continue putting words in the mouth, you're welcome to, but he's nodding his head to what I'm saying right now.
I just think it's funny that, Matt has been real quiet on this issue of Gaza because, this is the number one issue.
You're still talking to me. You're going to talk to Matt in a minute.
So I will address you again.
Shut the fuck
I will
up.
address
Matt has
you
the
again.
mic. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, Matt has the mic now.
Matt has it.
Okay, Matt, please explain yourself.
Hey, which God am I made in the image of?
Sorry, you got passed out. Mic's on to me. No, now you got me. Now you got me, fuckface. So you got to hope that people will donate enough to get the mic back over to Matt. Hey, Yeshua, what is a religion?
My name is not Yeshua, by the way, if you didn't get that already.
I don't give a fuck. Just answer the question. You put in the name Yeshua.
What is a religion? A religion is a set
I'll call
of
you butt munch.
orthodoxies.
Oh, I think
a
it's
religion
over
is
the
a
forest
set of
now.
orthodoxies that you're
No, it's
required
not.
to follow.
You're incorrect. You're incorrect. That's your special definition. It's Forrest. Go ahead.
I'm a very
that's
special boy,
not the
so
fucking.
give me your definition.
That's not the fucking definition of religion. But once again, you're just applying that term in order to try to drag us down to your level. I've got the mic again, by the way. Also, who fucking didn't know your name wasn't Yeshua? Do you think we're that fucking stupid? It's just the name you gave us, dude. The point is, like, you're trying to drag us down to your level by saying that us being good people and demanding that those around us are also good people is also a religion, which, as I can't stress this enough, is a silly ass thing to do. You could actually be grappling with what we're saying, but instead you're just trying to like box us into this weird little cult with you, and it's really just dumb and cowardly. I don't understand why you would do that.
I mean, okay.
Also, I know Matt has spoken up
else to
about
say.
Gaza before. Yeah,
I mean,
of course you
no,
don't have
but he
anything else to say because we're
doesn't
making good
tweet about-
points and you don't know how to
tweet
think on your
about the
feet.
rest of you guys. Yeah,
He
doesn't-
has
doesn't
before.
cry
I've heard him do it. So just because
heard it.
you
Okay,
haven't
Matt's
heard
got
it,
the mic. Matt's
doesn't
got
mean
the
it
mic.
hasn't
Matt's got the
happened.
mic.
Matt, let's go.
So, which God am I made in the image of, and how do you know?
Well, no, that's just my belief, and you believe you're made in the image of the God of Israel.
How do you know?
I can't prove that to you. We all know that. Let's not play games here.
So why do you think I don't care about children dying in Gaza?
Because you don't screech about it like the rest of your fellow progressives.
Oh. How do you know that?
Because I've literally seen the shit you talk about, and I never seen you screech. You screech about a lot of other shit, but you never screech about that.
You got me again. You got me again, you little bitch. Hey, Yeshua.
Why are you using add-on?
Fucking mine. Bitch, shut up, bitch. Yeshua, here's the fun thing.
That's funny.
Guess what? Guess what's
ahead.
even more fun? You called in with the
You guys are really nice.
A
You guys
hard
are really
claim.
nice guys.
I don't give a fuck whether you think I'm nice or not. I'm going to mute you until I'm done talking since you don't know how to shut the fuck up, you little bitch. Here's the even more fun. You're here to absolutely claim with such confidence that we're a part of the progressive orthodoxy. What if I told you Forrest and I aren't progressives, you fucking idiot? We're both socialists. Matt might be a progressive. I don't know if he is or not. I don't know where Matt falls on that whole political spectrum. He can speak for himself, obviously. I'm not a fucking... Not only am I not a progressive, while I love many progressive people, somewhat like why I love progressive Christians, I'm a socialist because I think progressives are half-assers. That progressives want to do half measures to feel like because we're going towards something, the world is getting better, therefore we've done enough. And I think we're so far from having done enough that we actually need radical change, verging on, if not actually just, fucking revolution. I think progressivism is better than republicanism and conservatism, but it is not close to what? And I'm glad that they're closer to me and that within the framework of the United States political system, they are the people I have the most chance at being able to team up with and do things with. Because while I am not a progressive, I'm not going to turn my back on progress just because I don't agree with them. But I think capitalism is fucking so stupid that we're still sticking to it when we're within the century where it will expire its usefulness, and it has already failed people. And the reason why myself and Matt and Forrest all care about Muslim children and innocent people regardless of their religion is because it doesn't matter what our political affiliation is. We're fucking humanists, and we don't say, as so often is the case that so often comes from religious people, we don't start talking about humans being animals or having less value because they have a bad religion. And in fact, if you actually read up on humanism and how the whole idea is to build a society that you would want to enter, no matter whether you know what race you're going to be, what religion you're going to be is literally included. If you are born into it where you don't know your race, you don't know your religion, you don't know your orientation, you don't know your gender, you don't know your sex, you don't know any of those things, you want to build the best society. So while some people will have different definitions of when something constitutes a genocide or not, or obviously there are a lot of people right now who are even calling things a genocide as though genocide and a Holocaust are the same term. They are not. We can use and pick our language as we like. And by the way, I've been canceled 200 or 300 times at this point for not being a part of what you're calling the progressive orthodoxy. Yes, there are people who are unified to be fucking stupid and to go, my form of activism is shitting on comedians and not actually something useful that moves. As Jimmy Carr says, why do you go check what the clowns think? Those aren't the people that I think are the most politically consequential, though I don't say they have zero political consequence. So for you to sit here and have such a confident point when the first thing you did when I got you last time was prove you don't even fucking know what the word religion means, and then ask, what's your definition? Trying to act as though we would be having conversations like that in a subjective way, that we wouldn't actually reference tight, hard definitions. And just so you know, a religion in the definition, and I'm answering because you've weaponized your ignorance here and basically said, can you do my Googling for me? Has an aspect of supernatural worship and direction. So please tell me, Yeshua, who is the supernatural source I get my political perspectives from? Here you go.
Yes, it's very clear. You just explained it clearly. You're not a progressive. You just made it even easier for me. You're a fucking Marxist.
Are you going to answer my question? Are you going to answer
Yes,
my question, you fucking little bitch? What?
Yes, your God is Karl Marx and Lenin and Stalin. Yes, you're a fucking material. You're a dialectical. You're a dialectical.
I'm going to mute you again because you're a fucking idiot and you don't know how to listen to just answer question. What supernatural entity, instead of just trying to rail off words where you're like, oh, you're a socialist? That must mean you're a Leninist and you're a Marxist and you're a blah, 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 blah. And you like German Shepherds and so did Hitler. So you know what, Yeshua, you're Hitler because you might have some things in common with him. You fucking idiot. What supernatural? And if you answer anything else, I will mute you until the mic passes and somebody else can decide if they want to deal with your fucking ass. What supernatural entity do I take direction from? Supernatural entity, go.
Supernatural. I can't answer that. I have no fucking. I don't know.
Then I don't have a religion, or you don't know what religion I have, because maybe I do have.
Well,
one.
I mean,
you have no fucking clue.
I mean, every time I try to ascribe a philosophy to you, you shoot it down. So tell me, what are you? What is your philosophy?
Every time, I'm a secular humanist, and I am a socialist. I'm not a progressive.
So you're a socialist.
And
are you a Marxist?
And I see nobody. I see absolutely no one, what are we, $11 away, as an orthodoxy. I have no heroes, and I discourage people from having heroes. I have people whose opinions I respect, and people who I will go, oh, so-and-so gave me a correction. That's now worth looking into. But your concept of religion is fucking meaningless. And you are just a dishonest piece of shit, really. There's only $1 to go, so I'm just holding your mute until somebody wants to take it. But you've literally shown that your most basic assertion here, the thing that you were sure you were going to call in on, that you didn't know the definition of any of the words you were using, and you were saying definitively what I was, what Forrest was, what Matt was, and you were wrong on each one. So whoever talks to you next, if anyone talks to you next, I'm going to be very curious to see why we should take you seriously when you've been wrong every time. Pass the mic.
It's me now, Yeshua. I'm going to unmute you. Could you please give me a definition? What is socialism?
That's what I was going to ask Jimmy. He claimed he wasn't a Marxist.
Well, no,
so I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck
that's all I'm asking
is
you.
If you're not a Marxist.
Yeah, so that's the thing, is that Marxism is one form of socialism. There's also other ones. There's like democratic socialism and libertarian socialism. So like clearly, since you're in the camp here, I'm talking to you now.
Let's ignore Jimmy. I'm talking to you.
No, yeah, you are talking to me. So like lots of people out there think that the only difference between socialism, communism, Marxism, Stalinism, Leninism, and terrorism are just the spelling, and it sounds like you're in that camp.
No, I've literally read The State and Revolution by Lenin. I understand the.
Okay, great. So then you understand that Marxism and socialism aren't necessarily the same thing, right?
Well,
I
think this has been answered.
Can be a Marxist.
I think most
you don't think it matters. You don't think there's a. No, they fucking don't. Well, yeah, most people use them synonymously who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So like
I didn't know
people who actually know what they're talking about.
Right now, so excuse me.
Yeah, though that's the thing. I am very much leftist. I'm so far left you get the guns back. I'm a socialist and an anarchist. I'm on the far left.
That's very larpy of you.
And I'm not a Marxist
I'm sure you love listening to the USSR anthem while you take the bus.
Yeah, the USSR wasn't socialist or anything like that. So I don't know why you would bring that up. It just goes to show more that you don't know. No, it really actually wasn't. It was state capitalism. See, Stalin came out and was like, okay, we're going to do the thing. Well, see, that's the thing. Stalin came out and said, I'm going to do what I want, and I'm just going to call it socialism and communism. And America was like, hey, this looks really bad. That sounds great. So now a lot of people like you think that socialism is just when the government does stuff that isn't war, and when the government does a lot of stuff, and it's called communism.
Okay, whatever.
Also, Jimmy never mentioned that he wasn't a Marxist either. He just criticized what you were saying. So, like, you still don't actually know what we believe in. You've just come on here to, like, try to convey that you know what we believe. And if you demonstrate it over and over, you don't know what we believe, nor do you know the definitions of the things that we do believe.
That's what I'm trying to ask you. What is your scripture? Do you guys read Marx? Do you read Lenin? What is your scripture? Because everyone has a set of scripture. You guys obviously got this from somewhere. You didn't get this out of your butthole, so what the fuck are you getting this from?
See, again, you're trying to bring us down to your level. We don't have a scripture. We share ideas, and we find which ideas work best. There's no one single book or one single philosophy or one single person that I adhere all of my values and beliefs to. I get my ideas from like a variety of sources, and I build my own worldview because that's how thinking works. So, like, I bet if you asked anybody on this panel here, you wouldn't find one of us who had a quote scripture, because that is how you train your mind with dogma and how you like destroy the thought processes that you're able to. You box yourself in with shitty heuristics, which is how religion actually does work, by the way.
It's funny because you're not willing to box yourself into anything. You haven't named one author or philosopher that you actually identify with.
Yeah, I see. That's the thing. I would be happy to do so, but based on what you've said, that would mean that you would just say, okay, so you believe everything this guy says forever, and that's stupid. I can name lots of philosophers that I like and lots of books that I like, but I can't name a scripture that I believe in.
I don't agree with God on everything. Okay, I don't agree with God on everything. That you don't need to agree with everything in the orthodoxy, but you should strive to. That's the point of it.
Right. I don't have an orthodoxy. I don't believe I need to believe everything from anybody.
You're striving to be a better Marxist every day. You are.
I just explained a second ago that I'm not a Marxist. So once again, you're just conflating a bunch of terms that don't actually go together.
Okay. I have nothing else to say.
It's obvious. You haven't had anything to say this whole fucking call because, like, we keep telling you we don't believe the things you say we believe, and then you're like, no, you do believe these things because your mind is so warped by dogma that you can't comprehend the concept of actually building your own thoughts. That's the thing we're doing. We're listening to a variety of sources.
Just because I read the Torah? Is the Torah dogma now?
I'm talking now. The Torah is a book. Whether or not you turn it into dogma is up to you. See, you have an incredibly pedestrian mind and way of thinking, and that's why you've bored me the entire thing. So first we're going to start. I'm going to unmute you, and then you're going to retract your accusation that I hate Muslims. Go ahead.
What am I going to retract?
You're going to retract your accusation that I hate Muslims. Go ahead.
I'm not going to retract that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Then good night, bitch. You're done. All right. See, here's the thing. I have, in fact, talked about Gaza and Palestine and what's going on there on more than one occasion, including, as one of our moderators reminded me, that she wanted to have a conversation with me about it. I don't have an incredibly simplistic mind, and I certainly don't have an incredibly simplistic position on those things. When you call in to say that everybody has to have a scripture, then clearly you don't know what scripture is or what everybody has to have, because I don't have to have a scripture. I am my scripture. I am the one that's steering my ship as best I can, trying to learn and exploring the world and trying to come to the right answers. See, you tend to look at it as if there's a cheat sheet, like you've got the teacher's guide to the class, and you just want to go to the back page and find out what the answers are. I got the actual book where I get to solve those problems, and I don't even have to do it alone. I can do it with the help of Forrest. I can do it with Jimmy. I can do it with everybody else in the world as we begin to explore and learn more. We don't have to have our ideas, our thoughts, our positions handed down to us. We don't have to have an orthodoxy or an orthopraxy. We don't even all have to agree on who is or isn't a Marxist, or who is or isn't a socialist, or who is or isn't advocating for communism even. Forrest was right. Religion has done incredible damage to your brain, to the point where even if it was leading you towards good decisions, it has perverted the heuristics in your mind to the point where you can't think outside of this rigid, top-down, handed-down structure. And you are confused. That's why you're so irritated. That's why you're calling in. That's why, oh, but you guys don't say, you haven't told me one person that you've read maybe they haven't read anybody. Maybe the rest of us don't need to read somebody to find out who we are. Maybe what we're doing is reading us. But in reality, Daniel Dennett, a great philosopher, just recently died. I'm a huge fan of Dan's and agreed with him on many things and disagreed with him on other things. And that's true across the board. Thank you a million times over for not only getting us across the 17,000 mark, but also in demonstrating the whole reason we're raising money for recovering from religion. The people who think, oh, religion doesn't do harm, there's an example of some fucking harm. And that's just the top layer there of what's actually going on. That somebody has been shoved into a box that is so small and so tight that they have to imagine that absolutely everybody else is just in a different box. You can come out of the box. You don't have to stay in that small, tiny, shitty cesspool space. You can come out with the rest of us. That's why this isn't findinganewreligion.com. It's recoveringfromreligion.com. And I'm going to sit here and I'm going to preach a sermon on this until we hit the 17,500 halfway mark. We're $435 apart from that. I know the mic's going to get passed to somebody else. But when you called in, you were, why does Matt break with the Orthodox progressive? You're so transparently a cartoon of reality because you came in painting me with what you have, an orthodoxy. You came in painting me as if, there's some conflict between Matt and Jimmy and Matt and Forrest over what this issue is. That means you atheists don't all think the same, while you're trying to argue that we're part of some orthodoxy and sort of a progressive orthodoxy, which didn't even apply to the other guys. Your religion has done so much damage to your brain that even when 3 people are sitting here explaining to you or trying to explain to you that you don't need an orthodoxy. Yes, you do. Everybody's got a scripture. No, they don't. I have lots of scriptures. How much credence I put in them depends on how much I value them. I have King James Bibles. I have Jewish Torahs here. There's a Quran up there. There's a version of the Quran I can't even read. I have lots of other people's scriptures. But what I have for my life are the foundational principles of secular humanism, the scientific method, an intense curiosity and obsession and need to learn, and the desire to see that something I do benefits somebody else. And so while you were talking your trash, desperately trying to poke, there were people in chat talking about how they found their way out of different religions. And there's an organization that is helping people do that we're raising money for right now. And you just helped us cross a massive line. Go ahead, Jimmy.
I'd say for the moment, let's just go ahead and open 3 mics again, because I didn't have a plan for this. I didn't have a plan for breaking 18,000. I only had a plan for breaking 17,500. First of all, and of course, I want to say, we just passed $18,000, and there have been a few big donations. And of course, I want to say to Sean, thank you so much. Sean's $1,000 donation is a big donation, and we very much appreciate that. And I also appreciate the other 15,000 that came from a lot of $5, $1, $10. I just want to say to everybody, thank you so much for doing that. Here's my temptation. My instinct is to keep it going in some way if the 2 of you are available, but we would have to put a limit on it. So what if we made it that from here forward, we will stop the, we'll still do the $100 switches, but if it takes more than 90 seconds to switch a mic, that will be the end. If we can, for as long as we can raise $100 every 90 seconds, we'll keep going. Which might mean that we're about to end, or it might mean that we will end, next week. I doubt that. And actually, I can't do that. But What do the two of you think of that? Do you want to?
You know, I was
$100
basically,
per
I
90
just
seconds?
typed in chat that, you know, on the one hand, what I typed in chat was, you know, we should stop. We crossed that thing and everything else. But if you did it in a 90-second increment, because if there was somebody that wanted to keep that thing going, like if you go 90 seconds without hitting $100 and you're going to say stop, then I'll stick around for that.
Awesome. And so here's how it's going to work. Here in a moment, we'll begin that, and we're going to do it according to the 18,200 mark, just to make it easy to track. So technically, the first 90 seconds will need $110. But the mic, if it takes more than 90 seconds to pass the mic, whoever has that mic, once we hit that, we'll get to say, you know, some final thoughts are there. We'll do the giveaways, and then we'll call it a night. So that's where we are now.
Sounds good.
I think that leaves off on me. So let's say 90 seconds on the clock, starting in 5. Arden, if you'll move the mic there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you want the mic to move again, we need to raise $100. You have 90 seconds, and I've got the timer going. It's also ironic that this person wanted to call in and accuse us of some sort of orthodoxy, taking our and they decided to go with progressive orthodoxy, this sort of political thing. When to me it seems, first of all, I think it's on my personal channel. Maybe it's on the line. You can actually watch a video, an episode of it was something I did, but I tried to mark it, so maybe I'll try and link it later and clarify. A few weeks before October 7th, Gaza and Palestine came up, and my position was the exact same then as it is now. But also, ironically, before October 7th, long before October 7th, I have the same position on it as Christopher Hitchens, who no one would call a part of progressive orthodoxy. And that's not the person you accuse me of aligning with. Like, if you wanted to come up with some conspiracy, you guys only have 30 seconds. I think we're just going to be ending. I think we're not going to hit that 100. We need $80, like, immediately. You gotta get that in if you want the mic to pass to Forrest. Otherwise, like I said, $100 per 90 seconds. It's hard. Okay, pass the mic.
Yeah, I think like Google is fucking free. And you could very easily find out the difference between communism and socialism and Marxism and Stalinism and Leninism and all these things, and understand why I'm very much a socialist, but not a Marxist. It's not fucking hard to look these things up and understand them. You just have to deliberately not be trying.
And the other thing is, basically what was happening there was saying, you guys are religious just like me. You guys are Orthodox just like me. You guys have a religion just like me. And it always shocks me when people do that, of saying, oh, well, you guys just have your, as if, even if they were correct, even if all of us had a religion, if that tells us anything at all about whether their religion is true or whether it's good or anything like that, it is one of the most bizarre attacks. And it sucks even more that it's not true. If you want to say that, you know, football is your religion, or what, you know, anything that you seriously, devote your time or attention to, that's your religion, cool, whatever. I don't necessarily think it has to require the supernatural thing, but pass it.
I don't have anything meaningful to add to that. I'd actually like to keep passing it, to tell you the truth. I'm just well over it. I'm well done with it. In fact, while you all figure out if you're going to pass it, you've got about 10 or 80 seconds left to pass it again. I'm going to start doing things and talking about what I'm doing. I am getting to a point where I don't feel incredible. However, I'm not trying to discourage people from.
Forrest.
I'm just going to set this up to where. Okay, good.
I just want to say that, like, honestly, this is a great example. I know we already kind of covered this a little bit, but I just want to reiterate, like I say all the time, when you're used to thinking in terms of dogma, like you can't conceptualize what it means to actually have your own independent thoughts and to be led by evidence. I talk about it all the time on my show Reacteria, and this is a great example of that. Was, you know, if you don't believe in God, then what is your religion?
Yeah. The religion label is actually kind of meaningless. At the end of the day, whether you call it a religion or not, I care about whether or not it's true. And if you're going to say that the God of Israel that you believe in is true and real, then you need to be able to make a demonstration of that. And if you're going to admit right off the bat that you can't make a demonstration of it, then you're essentially saying that you believe something for which you do not have a good reason, or at least not a compelling reason that you can demonstrate to somebody else. And if you have if you have what you think is a good reason for you, and acknowledge that you can't demonstrate this to anybody else, where does that leave us? Because I have no way of ever even confirming that your reason that you think is good enough for you to believe is in fact good enough for you to believe. It is, there's no way to move forward from there once you say, I believe it, I believe I have evidentiary warrant, or the sensus divinatus, or whatever you're going to point to as your justification for doing this. 52 seconds. There's you got to get it in, or we're going to have to actually stop. Anyway, I'll finish my thought. Oh my gosh, we've zoomed in so far on Forrest, I can see what his chromosomes are.
Is that too wise? Sorry. Okay,
I don't know, but
bring that in right
oh,
there.
we're $1 away. Literally, you're $1 away. What's the countdown? None of you. Oh,
whew, okay. Oh
There's
my
10.
God. I thought we were really going to miss it by $1. I would my only added things to what the two of them were saying. I don't have a bow to put on that. I think we bowed it all the way up anyway. I would just say, what if God was one of us? Or for those of you who are Mormons in the chat, ex-Mormons, before the show, this is what I'm going to be doing for the rest of my turns. I'm going to be singing Mormon children hymns. Jesus wants me for a sunbeam to shine for him each day. By the way, to people who are waiting on the lines, we're not going to go to any more calls today. Very, very sorry, but there is a long show tomorrow. Definitely come check that out. We'll only be going to the lines for the giveaway after this. And part of me is thinking we might, I don't know, we might have to, anyway, you've got about 40 seconds left, 45 seconds left by the time you see this to get us over the next 100 mark. We need $60 in the next 40 seconds to shine for, oh my God, we might hit 20,000 tonight. Guys, can we hit 20,000? We're at 18,840. First of all, close that up, get us moved on to the next 90. If I have to step away, because I actually might have to step away to take some meds. If I have to step away, it'll just run between the two of them for a minute. But
it's me again. Hey,
no, it's not yet.
What's the difference?
Not yet.
You didn't donate enough. You're $10 short.
I was too fast. I'm sorry.
To time for him each day, in every way try to please him, at home, at school, at play. You got like 5 seconds to get $10 more in. A sunbeam, a sunbeam. Gee, I'm gonna give it a little time for the delay. Jesus wants me for a sun. There it is.
Hey, what's the difference between a priest and the toys from Toy Story? The toys go limp when a child enters the room. That's for you, people watching at home. What's the difference between a bouquet of flowers and anal sex? Flowers make your day, anal makes your whole week. I deleted all my German friends from my phone. Now it's a Hans-free device.
Wow. Okay, I said I was going to do this, and so here we go. This is the book of generations of Adam. When God created man, he made them in the likeness of God. Male and female, he created them. And he blessed them and named them man when they were created. When Adam had lived 130 years, he fathered a son in his own likeness after his image, and his name was Seth. Hey, Seth's going to be on the show this weekend. Just not that particular Seth, but, you know, Seth will be here, and Aron will be here. Aron, you want to splash that screen up of the schedule for the last 30 seconds. If they don't get the donation in, we're going to be done here in like 25 seconds. Anyway, the day after the days of Adam after he fathered Seth were 800 years. So if you can give birth to a Seth, you'll live another 800 years after that. That's what I take from verse 3. The days of only like 10 seconds. I don't even know how far we are because I'm busy reading the Bible. Crap. I just clicked it close.
Okay, pass the mic, and only another $20 till Forrest gets it back, so I gotta do a fast one. I am like a star shining brightly, shining for the whole world to see. I can do and say happy thing each day, cause I know Heavenly Father loves me. That's I think the shortest Mormon child hymn. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see. Teach me to walk in the light of his love. Teach me to pray to my Father above. Teach me to know all the things that are right. You've got like, did it move?
Hey,
almost.
What did Cinderella do when she got to the ball? Gagged. What's worse than ants in your pants? Uncles. Fucking. Did you hear there was there was a movie that was made about erectile dysfunction? It was a total flop and nobody came. What's the difference between 10 dicks and a joke? Jimmy Snow can't take a joke. What's do you know there's Pop-Tarts out there, but there's no Mom-Tarts. Do you know why? It's because of the patriarchy. Why doesn't a photon need help with its luggage? Because it's traveling light. Let's see here. Why don't people from Alabama do reverse cowgirl? Because you never turn your back on family. Incidentally, Alabama is also where they invented the toothbrush. If they invented it anywhere else, it would have been called the teeth brush, but they only had the one to worry about. You know what?
Sorry, I had to reset the timer. Only 30 seconds left. 30 seconds to get $70. Quick.
Do you know what a reverse exorcism is? A reverse exorcism is when the devil tells the priest to get out of the child. Arguably better. What's the difference between $1 and £1? I'm not gonna go dollar your mom. What's the difference between a slice of pizza and a dead man? A slice of pizza can't feed a whole family. Is that it?
It's over. I'll give a couple seconds to see if we somehow.
I see we're at 255. We need 60 something or $45. What's 1 foot long and slippery?
It's over.
Oh,
look, you all can keep donating, but the show extensions are over. So we'll go to all three mics. Arden, are you on hand to be able to take info once we get people on the line?
Yeah, if the people who win call in, I can call them and get their information.
All right, so here's how it's going to go.
Okay.
Pick a random number between 1 and 10.
3.
You literally picked the same random number as Siri did. That's eerie. That's Siri.
Eerie Siri.
I've never been happy. All right, here's the way it's going to work. Okay, I've got to drop this line. When I say, I love you too so much. When I say so, I am going to open the line. So get your numbers, get the phone number ready to
connect. Click connect to show now.
What was that? Did I? Oh, are we having to?
I was waiting. You were a little while ago. You were talking about fucking like how you can't wait to be done with it. You were kind of working yourself in obsolescence, and it was part of your plan to not work. And the call went on. I think the call ended before I got back. But I wanted so bad to come on and be like, I agree entirely with Jimmy. I've been doing this for 4 years, and I can't wait to die. And just kind of like move on from there.
Oh, if it took everything to not interrupt. Matt said in a very serious moment, said something about not coming, and I wanted so bad, or that we don't come to something or whatever. And I wanted to, if my mic hadn't been metaphorically closed, I would have been like, speak for yourself. But I don't remember what the exact thing was. So what's going to happen is we're going to open up the lines, 720-619-2228. I have 4 shirts to give away, 2 Forrest shirts, 1 Jimmy, 1 Matt shirt. What will happen is we'll answer the call of whoever is in slot number 3, and they will get the first Forrest shirt. Now, I'm just going to get like a first name from you and congratulate you. And then you'll go back on hold, and Arden will get the email address. Arden, you'll probably need to connect from your phone. If you were trying to connect from the computer, that might not work.
Yeah, I was. I've never screened calls, so I literally have no fucking clue what I'm doing. And they also asked for, there it is. Now I see. Okay, hold on. I think I can do this.
I swear you used to imagine calls. What?
I like to imagine after the call that Yeshua like got hung up on, and he was just fucking now is furiously just like turning his sync on and off, just like super.
I don't understand the sync thing, but okay.
It's so weird. Sorry, you can't take your phone with you. Why?
I'm on hold for a call-in show, but could you put the show on pause for me? That was weird. I'm very confused. There's somehow a guest has been put. Arden, do you know what the deal with this guest that's been put in the
I tried. I'm trying to call in the screener line. I called in the guest line. I'm sorry.
Oh, you put it. Okay, I got you. Okay, I'm like way confused.
Please stop harassing my wife.
I'll try. So people who are getting the number ready, 720-619-2288. What's going to happen is you're going to call in. Whoever is the third caller for this first one is going to get a Forrest shirt. And everybody will flood the calls all at once. When I say, what I'll actually do is I'll pick a time so everybody can sync up. And so I'll tell you like on the dot of X minute so that everybody in the world knows I'm going to open the lines. Where the fuck is a clock on here that is down to the second? Really?
I just want to say,
it'll change.
I made so many pedophilia jokes. I'm afraid I might have offended Bob from the other night. Get it? Because he was a piece of shit. Everybody who loves the show.
I don't think it'll be just Bob. I think we're getting letters out of those. Anyway, definitely keep donating while we're doing this giveaway. Very, very much appreciate it. We're at 19,365. I think we're good to get going. So I'm going to open the lines as soon as the clock hits 9:36. So when the minute is up, I'm going to open several lines. I don't know why several. I guess I only need to open. I'll do it for fun. Give people a little bit of hope, and then dash that hope. But I'm going to open as soon as it hits 36. I'm going to open. We're going to say 10 lines, and you'll all and the third person will have won the shirt. I'm waiting on my end. Y'all should be getting ready. As soon as you see the clock shift by a minute, you're going to want to hit call. Bum, ba, bum, ba, ba, ba. There's some songs stuck in my head in there. Mostly Mormon children hymns. All right, here we go. Hit that thing. Oh, wow. Y'all are impressive. All right. Caller with the 347 area code. Hello, you're on the line. Can you hear us? Caller, can you hear me? Uh-oh. Well, that's not good.
Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
caller, who is this?
Oh, my name is David.
David. Let me see how to just spelled like David, D-A-V-I-D.
Except with an O, but yeah. D-O-V-I-D.
Oh, except with an O. That's pretty cool. D-A-V-O-D. That's awesome. Hey, David, you have won the Forrest Valkai never. Oh, okay. Sorry. David, is that? I see what you're saying. D-O-V-I-D.
Jeremiah. We want a shirt.
You won the Forrest Valkai shirt. I'm going to put you back in
Aren't
the queue.
you lucky?
I am.
Everybody who's
Never
in the
have a
queue
bad
right
day.
now. Everybody's in the queue now. You can just drop the call yourself. Otherwise, I'm going to manually drop you when we try to do the next one. But David,
Awesome.
I'm going to put you back in the
I've
queue.
been watching. I've been listening to the whole show. It's been so fun. So thank you guys so much.
What do you think of the format? You know, I thought Matt was going to hate it, and Matt, I think, knew that and sent me a reassuring message earlier. Just like, I actually love this. I felt great.
Yeah, you guys
nobody
all
can see
loved
me. What
it,
am I doing?
and it came through because I loved listening and watching it.
Well, and to tell you the truth, for all three of us, this is a charity that means a lot to us. So there's nothing to not enjoy about tonight. Literally just seeing the donations come in. It takes everything to not get distracted by all the times you want to cry a little bit. All right, David, I'm going to put you back in the queue, and Arden is going to talk to you to get, I really probably just need an email address. Just confirm it with her, because I will send you a link that will get you your shirt.
Awesome.
So be on the lookout for that. Maybe check your spam. It might come. You might want to check your spam, but I'll do that now and give that information to Arden. Thank you.
All right. Go fuck yourself.
Thanks, David. Thanks. All right. Putting Divide back in the queue, and yeah, there's a few people who are like, I know he said to drop the call ourselves, but I'm not gonna. All right. Well, for this, let's do we've got one of each to give away. I guess I could ask you three what number you want. It's as random as anything else. So let's do the next Forrest shirt. Forrest, number 1 to 10. What do you want?
I want number 6.
Number 6.
Like 7
Excellent.
is like the one usually people gravitate to.
Yeah. It's a common one. I think I actually used to know what the order, because you could use it to direct some magic tricks. You could have a couple of plants, and I want to say, is it 7? Matt, do you know the order? Is it 7, 3, 9?
Yep. And after
7,
that,
3,
it's pretty much a toss up
random,
after that.
Yeah. Same thing with cards. Oh, I'm spoiling too much, but I'm probably going to get a card tattooed on my
Ace
body
of Spades,
one day
Queen of Hearts
for forcing it. Yep. And I'll also get the 7
After
of
that, I
clubs,
think it's
because
like
that's
7 of
my
diamonds.
special card.
Which one?
7 of clubs. That's what I use to practice with if I'm like marking or whatever. All right. So pick number 6. And when the minute turns over again, it shows 39 on my end. We're going to do it on 40. When it turns over, we want, y'all got to be ready. As soon as that thing turns over, and presumably I see it turn over, we are going to give away the next shirt.
This is the only magic trick I have. Check it out. There's nothing in my hand, nothing up my sleeve. Here, I got a thing to cover my hand with. Watch this. Nothing. You like birds?
He's going to flip us off.
Right.
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah.
The lines
I
are
love that one.
opening. All right, let's see what happens here. We've got call number 6 is already in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, good. Line 51. Caller with the 612. You probably just heard a beep in your ear. 612 area code. Hello, who are you?
Yeah, that's me. I'm Josh.
Josh?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I hear you. How are you, Josh?
This is crazy because I'm at work.
Oh, all right. Well, we won't keep you too
Hell
long, but
yeah.
I do have to have you talk to the call screener, talk to Arden to just give her your email address to make sure that we have somewhere to send the giveaway link to you. But congratulations, and I hope that we helped work go by a little faster. Hope you got to listen passively or something.
I did, and it was amazing. Love you guys. And fuck you.
Awesome. Thanks, Josh. I'm moving
Take
you to
care.
the queue.
Well done.
I like doing giveaways this way, though it's more fun spaced out and not necessarily in sequence. This way is a little bit silly. Y'all, if you are waiting on the line, please just drop yourself. Don't make me go through and manually drop each of you. Matt, what do you want for a number 1 to 10?
1.
Matt goes with 1. The first person to call when the time turns over at 9:42 is going to get this. 9:42, the first person to call is going to win this shirt. Is going to win the same a shirt with the same thing on it that I am currently wearing. Let's see. Once we hit 9:42, I feel like I'm chirping at a carnival. Step right up, 9:42. We're waiting for what? You want to hear more children's hymns from Mormonism? Oh, can't. Sorry. 9:42 it is, and it's already happened. I mean, it happens instantly. We basically fill up all lines instantly. The caller with the 334 area code. 334 area code. Who am I
Hey.
talking to? Hello.
This is Andy, man. I'm from Alabama too. I like that Alabama joke earlier
Awesome.
for us. That was good.
Hell yeah.
I don't remember what it was.
There's
I'm glad we
There's
didn't
a
lose
big
it.
sign up. There's a big sign
about
right next to
incest.
Oklahoma that says, at least it is in Alabama.
That's fair.
I'm sorry.
feel like-
I give shit to all of these places.
Alabama's
Yeah,
a really
it's
beautiful
deserved.
state. It's the people that ruin it. Really.
Yeah.
I have
There's
friends
a
in
lot of-
It's
Alabama.
beautiful.
Hi,
It's
Chuck.
just hot as hell.
I'll say hi to
I mi-
Chuck as well.
I missed-
Hi, Chuck.
Yeah,
Matt's
I
friend.
missed Chuck. We just got a $200 donation in, which puts us at $19,618, which means we are now $382 away from hitting 20K on the night.
Hey,
Caller, tell
Right
me
now,
what
Andy
what
needs a
first
shirt.
name was yours again? Andy. It was Andy. Okay, cool. Andy, I'm going to put you back in the queue. You're going to talk to
You
Arden.
got to be impressed
Arden
I
will get
did
your
that
email
high
address.
and tired and remembered his name.
That was great, yeah. Or is that why you remembered his
very
name?
good. I'm impressed.
That's the question. All right.
It's Andy from
thank-
Alabama. He did the alliteration for me. It was easy to remember.
Andy from Alabama. Andy, you're going to talk to Arden, make double check your email address, and we'll shoot you that link here within the next 24 hours or
Word.
so. I'll get that out to y'all. Thank you.
Word. Thanks, guys. Hey, that was a really fun.
I appreciate that, but I did return you to the queue already. All right, the 3 people waiting in the queue, thinking that they're gonna cheat the next system. It's not
Nope.
gonna work. It's not gonna work.
We're now at $19,668.
So close.
Forrest,
so
what number
close.
had you chosen? You chose 6.
Number 10.
Matt chose 1.
I chose 6 before. I want 10 now.
So, well, you're out. We already gave away your 2 shirts. I was trying to pick
Oh,
my
well,
number,
fuck.
so I
I
was just going
thought-
to combine.
I thought we were just
I'm just
picking more
combining
numbers.
your 2s. No,
All
no,
right,
I'm
all
going to
right.
combine the 2 of your numbers because as the leader of this network, all I am is the greatest combination of the 2 of you. That's how I feel.
Weird and
Executive
gross.
leader's a weird word, but as the head of the executive progressive orthodoxy at the line,
The one we all worship.
that one, you got it. So I'm
Yeah.
going to go with number 7. As soon as the clock hits 45, quarter till, as soon as that clock turns over, and book
720-619-2288 web link. Caller number 7. We're looking for caller number 7. Stand by for caller number 7. You will get Jimmy's t-shirt. The one
all
he's
about
wearing.
the unafraid of daddy, magical or otherwise. Unironically,
I mean, you're
a
going to
shirt
take
I love
that
wearing.
one off and put it into a Ziploc bag and send it to him.
There we go.
Just like it was
Let's
underwear from
see.
Japan.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is this one. Caller with the 724 area code. I'm just glad we had no repeats, but caller with the 724 area code, welcome. You have won the Unafraid of Daddy shirt. Who am I talking to?
This is Katie.
Hi, Katie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Are you going to take your shirt to Disney World?
Sure, why not?
I was just trying to make it more exciting than it was. Now that you've won, what are you going to do? I'm going to Disney World wearing the shirt. Katie, I'm going to put you on back into the queue and give you to Arden. And Arden's going to get your email address, and I'm going to send you a link that will get you the shirt for free. Shipping will be free. I really hope. So we did a giveaway like this on the podcast this last week. And I'm glad that I don't think any of you are from Sweden because a Swedish patron won, and I can't afford dentists anymore. It's not quite that bad, but holy crap, the shipping.
I have a science. Yeah. I have a science probably book club on my Patreon, and where like I send out books, and like I have several international patrons, and it is expensive to send them books and explain to the people. No, it's just a book. Is it a book and drugs? No promise. It's just a book.
Just a book. Just a book. At least as far as I haven't added drugs to it. Anyway,
Right.
Katie, I'm going to put you in the queue. Arden will pick you up and get that info from you.
Thank you, Katie.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks, Katie.
Hey, we need $282 to hit that 20,000 mark.
It feels crazy to leave now.
I mean,
yeah.
But we also
trying to
can't
think,
ask
there-
Arden to do anything right now because she's on the phone.
there were several, potential things I was going to do this weekend to try to pump up some funds. I don't feel like using any of them just now. Like, I mean, there was going to be the possibility of show a nipple or
I like
bypass
that we're
scar.
now trying to get demonetized now that we get it every time. And which, by the way, people, the charity event Matt did on Wednesday with Dr. Daryl Ray, I have the screenshot to prove it, literally got hit. It literally got demonetized. And that's like our wholesomest episode of the year. I think it did get approved on review. Actually, let me check that. But holy crap, that's been annoying. However, I'm not going to go on the soapbox right now because any encouragement of people to do
Congratulations.
something with
Anonymous
money
just
goes far,
donated
far.
$239 to take
Fuck
us
yeah.
over the 20,000
Holy
mark.
Fuck, dude.
People,
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I
Thank
do so few things well, but a couple times a year I come up with okay ideas, and this one is one of my favorite. This was a lot of fun, and we'll have to figure out how to. I'm not gonna. It's so fun. The temptation is to try and make a version of this that's more routine, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make sure that we make this special. It's not going to be now a monthly thing. This will be a special thing, and this was awesome. So here's the reward that we have for everybody for going over $20,000. Mods, I need you to pay attention.
Show that button. Show that button.
No, it's
Show
way
that
more dumb than
button.
this. For the next 20 seconds, until we finish the show, you can use all caps in your messages. I think you're doing it anyway, Oh,
they've been able to do that for
Jen
a while.
and I literally had the same idea. Jen just told everybody. God damn it, Jen. Damn it. I just saw a couple of caps going in, and it must have been in reaction. I was like, oh, you know what I'll do is I'll make sure those people don't get deleted. All right, well, for the rest of the show in the live chat, you can use all caps. We usually don't let people.
They've also
all caps emojis.
been able to do that for
you
some
can
time.
Spam. No. Not the whole episode. Has it been?
Yeah, a significant amount of the episode. They had an all caps party a little while ago, and I don't think it ever ended.
Was that the last shirt winner?
Yeah. We're done with shirts.
Okay,
we can even close the lines. Yeah.
Okay,
Thanks.
cool.
Thank you. You're the best.
Yeah, ignore my text then, Arden. I was trying to call in. I was like, pours me into the winning spot. It'd be so great.
All you can also spam emojis. $20,000 on
That's
what
insane.
is a pre-show. What's a fun, the three of us going, hey, if Jimmy could do a little bit last year, surely the three of us could do more. And we did by nearly triple what was raised beforehand. And the donation button is going to be open for another 7 days, even after tomorrow's event. So if you're watching on replay, and you want to help out, if you're one of those people who's like, yo, I can knock out this 15,000 right now. Where are those people, by the way? Because I'm waiting to meet the $15,000. Recovering from religion does so much with these smaller efforts that people do for us. We're, I think, their most significant fundraiser. But they are the type of people where it's like, somebody must know an atheist millionaire who would add this to their charity roster of things to make them look less horrible.
Someday I'll
Like,
be
you
there
Get
for
Daryl in here.
That's right. Oh, we want to add Daryl, bring Daryl in here? Is that what you're saying?
I thought you were
Or
going to.
have him call in. That was tomorrow, but I did say I would call him myself and tell him what we hit after. Is he in the chat? Yeah, let's just call him. Fuck
I
it.
did close the line, so you'll have to reopen them.
No, you'll be fine.
Okay.
You'll be fine. I've got
Crafty, it's
this-
ontology recapitulates phylogeny. That's
Let's do this.
so we put
I first need to
embryology
connect my-
recapitulates phylogeny.
I need to connect my soundboard and I need to make sure that it's ready to be connected. So let me add input, audio input, Pro to main multi. Oh, now it's going to echo like shit. It's going to sound terrible.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Nice.
I'm in here too. I'm in the echoes.
Ooh, I'm so high.
Space. I already ruined it for you all. Now I need to know.
Damn.
Okay. Sorry, this is unplanned, so I'm having to figure this out on the fly. Let me connect my phone to the soundboard. Soundboard is connecting. Come on, you fucker. Just connect. Come on, baby cakes. You can do it. It never takes this long usually. This is how I do the podcast. Oh my God. Fucking connect, you piece of shit. I will fight you.
Clip that and use it as a JOI.
Oh, yeah. All right. I'm going to, as I wait, go ahead. Sorry.
So I was just going to make this point here in preparation for tomorrow. For those who know, Arden and I run Epic Loot Exotics, and so we breed snakes and stuff. And for those who don't know, some snakes can be incredibly expensive. I just checked right now on Morph Market in the ball python section. There are 34 ball pythons where just that one snake will cost you $15,000 or more, which means we are now one snake away from meeting
Send
our
your
goal.
snakes to P.O. Box.
we are one sunset pied away from actually making this goal. If there are people
Sunset
out
pie
there
sounds delicious.
who can throw down $15,000 to get a snake, we're going to get $15,000 this weekend. No problem. I'm going to end up with that damn cat tattooed on me. And Recovering from Religion is going to end up with like $75,000.
It's going to be nuts.
That would be amazing.
Straight nut.
Let me first verify that the two of you can hear this.
Yep.
Yes.
Great. Okay. So now let me verify because I sometimes have to go around my
fly
my elbow to get to my anus here. Let me make sure that I can make a call and it makes a sound. Ah, see, I hear nothing. So I do need to change this setting and this setting, but that should be it.
Smash that subscribe button to watch Jimmy fumble around with technology for longer.
Yeah. Oh, you want to talk about? I'm getting chastised by the least techie genius I know. This is the smartest guy who does not know how to use a computer that I've ever met.
I know how to turn it on. I don't know what you want from me.
It's sometimes he's called and asked me before, "Hey man, how do I turn this on?" All right, let me see if this works. Here we go. Here we go. Why is? Oh, I can't hear him though. Hang on, Daryl. I'm not sure why you're not coming through. All right, Daryl. I'm just gonna put you on speakerphone. How are you?
Sometimes well, that's a dumb question because I'm off the charts, over the moon, thrilled. I can't even tell you that this has been amazing.
I almost regret that you watched because this would be so much more fun. By the way, Arden, you can take the banner off. This would have been so much more fun to call and tell you as a surprise. Just to be like, hey, no big deal. We went live. We thought we would do a couple of bucks. We passed $20,000 and the event hasn't even started yet. But this is fun too. This is great.
It is. But Wild Horses could not have stopped me from watching this. I'm sorry, you could not have stopped me. So I was going to be here no matter what, and I'll be there almost all tomorrow. I'll probably have to pee once or twice though, just to let you know.
You and me both.
Nope, sorry. You have to pay to pee.
Matt said you have to pay to pee. I don't know if you could hear him.
I sat here for this whole thing tonight and I didn't pee once that you know of.
I did.
Daryl doesn't get to pee until we cross 30,000.
When I left, that was me.
An old man pee without a catheter.
Daryl, yeah, so we'll get started tomorrow, but what did you think of the format of tonight's show?
Well, I thought it was hilarious. It was really fun, and I think it kept everybody on their toes. And not just the callers, but you guys. It was just really constant movement. It was really an interesting, wild.
Thank you.
So,
I'll just say, as I mentioned in the beginning of the show, I've had significant strides because of some physical changes in my mental health, and things have changed a little bit. I've gone from being really uncomfortable with compliments to now, really, you guys don't compliment me enough. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with y'all. Well, Daryl, I'm glad we can report what you already know. We hit $20,000 or 1 1/3 creamsicle pied or whatever he said was the number of snakes. He was measuring it in snakes, and we're excited for tomorrow. And you're our last guy on tomorrow to do a little wrap up and stuff.
And I want to. Gail's going to join me. Just want to make sure. Is that okay?
No, we hate Gail.
Okay.
Of course that's okay. Does Gail need her own join link, or is she going to be physically with you?
Does Gail want to be here all day, the whole time? Because
I
I'm
invited a few other people who deserve a big thank you. Would that be a possibility?
Say that again.
I wonder if I could invite some other people to say a thank you too.
Let's not go crazy on air people, but we could have call-ins that you could do a thing or two with if that's what you mean.
Yeah. We'll talk about it later. I didn't want to complicate. Well, I just want to let everybody know that we really appreciate everything that did. Arden, thank you so much for all that you're doing in the background. I know I got Cookies has been helping out, and all the other moderators. There's so many people to thank.
Yeah.
And just we appreciate it.
They're amazing. All amazing people. In all seriousness, with the jokes I was making, while this was fun and a good idea, none of it. I mean, I couldn't have done it by myself. And so everybody who helped out with this, and everybody's going to help out tomorrow. Why don't we go ahead and Daryl? I'm going to let you go. We're going to show off the schedule one more time, run through it, and then we're going to call it a night tonight.
Okay. Get a good night's sleep.
Oh, I got to finish the pre-production for tomorrow's show still. But yeah, thanks, Daryl.
Bye-bye.
Bye. That's what happens when the soundboard still doesn't work, even after you confirmed it worked by playing a little bit of music. Guys, boys, I'm proud of us. We really showed we can shut up if we have to. What is this?
What the fuck? What are you doing?
Oh, that's Matt trying to remind me that the name of the snake was an oatmeal pied.
No, it was a sunset pied.
I know. I thought it would make Matt laugh, but it didn't. Matt's a tricky laugh. He's one of the trickiest laughs of the people I know in life. But
Smash
sometimes
that like
I get
button
him.
to get more photos of Arden eating more things.
That's Arden already does that for a living. You can go and sign up and pay her for that sort of thing. Anyway, Arden, can we put the schedule up for tomorrow? I'm just going to review through it, and then we're gonna turn in. Tomorrow, starting at 2:00 Eastern time, that will be after an hour-long video sort of presentation play. So there will be an hour video pre-show, and then at 2:00 Eastern time, 11 a.m. Pacific time, Matt, Stacy, and No Illusions will do the first hour. The second hour at 3 p.m. will be Aron, Professor Dave. I always want to say Dr. Dave. Professor Dave. And Dara, the Magic Skeptic. 4 o'clock, Seth Andrews, Eve Was Framed, and Brady Goodwin. And 5 o'clock, we have Forrest, Austin, and Paulogia. 6 o'clock, myself, Jesus Christ, and Derek will be here. 7 o'clock, Owen from Telltale, as well as Eric, Skeptics and Scoundrel, and Aaron Lewis will be holding it down. At 8 o'clock, the Supergirl Power Hour with Arden and Glenda and Josie. 9 o'clock, I will return again with Aaron and Dr. Ben. And at 10 o'clock, the Unholy Trinity, Matt, Seth, and Aron will reunite once again for the final donation segments with a wrap-up at 11 o'clock Eastern Time by the one, the only, the legendary Dr. Daryl Ray. Okay, bye. Now, thank everybody for joining, and that would be a terrible way
I was typing
to,
that into my
to just end
phone.
it.
I forgot.
Yeah. Matt, thank you so
guys
much.
so
Forrest,
much.
Thank you so much.
We will continue. We'll hit all the goals. Close out
see
the
you all
credits and
tomorrow.
all that stuff.
Oh, look at that.
There's like no music playing.
Oh, yeah, where's the song? There's no outro music.
We're recovering from religion. We're
This is a
recovering
show
from
that
religion.
never ends. It just goes on
Religion is
and
shit.
on, my
We're
friends.
recovering.
You know, we did 4
It's worse
hours
than the
barely
flu or
thinking about
COVID
it. So 10
combined.
hours tomorrow with different shifts feels like nothing.
All right.